all-around nice guy. He is wearing, unfortunately, a red shirt tonight, breaking every rule of sartorial norms on the Hugh Hewitt Show. Good evening, Ed.
Good evening, Hugh. Great to be with you. Thanks for having me today.
We've done this for a few times. We're not inviting Guy Benson because he wept in studio when Mitt Romney lost in 2012. And since that time, we've decided he hasn't got really the stamina to do an election night. What say you of the interest? There are no data. Won't be any data for an hour. What sort of anecdotal evidence do you have of the anecdotes that you like?
Well, I like the Gallup party identification poll. The latest iteration of this just came out, and they've been doing this now 4 or 5 times in the general election cycle. And the shape of the electorate, according to Gallup's partisan ID polling, shows that Republicans and Democrats are tied at 31%. There are 36% independents, and of those 36% independents, they lean D+4. Now, that is actually pretty good news for Republicans. The last 6 election cycles, they have never had parity with Democrats on primary party identification. They've always been back 2, 3, 4 points, sometimes 5 or 6 points. The cycles in which they seem to have done best were 2010, 2014, and again 2016. The overall split was somewhere between D+3 and D+5, and the Indy split was below D+8. And so those are cycles where Republicans did pretty well.
Now, in terms of how does Gallup derive their number, Ed? Do you know where they get that number from?
They do a survey. They're doing regular surveys on this. This goes back decades. They are the gold standard of this, of partisan identification. And so this is something that they are used to doing. And again, it's not causative. It's not necessarily even directly correlative, but it does tell you the shape of the electorate. And I will say that the numbers for Republicans have been improving since the end of May when Joe Biden clinched the nomination. Back at that point, it was something like D+6 in the overall partisan split, and Indy's split 13 points to Democrats at that point in time. Ever since then, it has been moving Republican. And I think that that's a pretty good indicator that you've got an electorate that's swinging back around to the GOP here.
Now, Ed Morrissey, we also have the overwhelming turnout. And by that I say, last election we had, 122 million, 123 million people vote? Was that roughly what it was in 2016?
I think that's right. It was somewhere between 123 and 125, I think.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it was...
Yeah, okay. I thought it was 60 to 62, but it might have been 62 to 63. So I can't remember. But we had 98 million votes cast before the first vote was cast today. So this is a prediction game. Given that 98 million votes are in the bag somewhere, whether or not they'll be delivered, that's a joke. They'll all get there. What are you expecting tonight? Total turnout?
I think it's going to be huge. I mean, I do. Once you add everything in, I think that a lot of the Democratic vote was cannibalized up front in this early voting push, the mail-in balloting push that Democrats had. They did a very good job of promoting that. So I think that some of their election day turnout is going to be cannibalized. Republicans, on the other hand, are going to be turning out in force on election day or have done it in person in early voting. I think that's the reason why when you look at today's numbers, the ballot numbers, there's going to be something that's called a red mirage. It's already being discussed, which is that if you're looking at just the votes that are counted same day voting, it's going to look way more Republican than it's going to end up being. If you only take a look at the early votes, it's going to look a lot more Democratic than it's going to be. So the trick here is patience, to wait for everything to be counted out. And in some states, it's going to happen simultaneously anyway.
Now, I'd like to give our audience an idea of where they might go online on Twitter. Your Twitter account is Ed Morrissey. Mine is Hugh Hewitt. But I like Redistrict. I like Decision Desk. I think that there are a number of places that I get information from as the evening progresses. Do you have any particular places that you turn to?
Well, I can tell you that Hot Air and the Town Hall Media Group are partnered with Decision Desk HQ, and we actually have the widgets installed at Hot Air, at Town Hall, and the rest of the Town Hall Media Group's websites. So if you want to be on Twitter, I would say follow Decision Desk HQ, but you can also just go to one of our sites and you can just look at the widgets right from our front pages.
Now, the Decision Desk HQ, what has determined that they are reliable? Why have you turned to them at townhall.com over the years?
Because they're reliable and they're fast. They get the numbers and they get them at least as fast as the Associated Press does. And we've never had an issue where they have missed a call or gotten the data wrong. It's very reliable coming in there.
Now, I'm not even covering the exit polls this year because the early 98 million people are not subject to exit polls. So you're not getting an actual set of statistics that would be meaningful. And I hope people understand. We don't have to tell people pay no attention to the exit polls because even Dwayne understands pay no attention to the. We're not even going to let him look at him and try and garner something. Generalissimo, do you have any nuggets? What were you telling me earlier about Florida? That Florida had fallen into the sea. What were you talking about earlier?
I was not saying that Florida fell into the sea. What I was saying was similar to what Ed was saying, which is the voting that happened in the first 90 minutes to 2 hours in Florida. The Republican ballot model had already overcome whatever lead the Democrats had going into Election Day, and everything based on that. If everybody votes by party identification, it would be gravy at that point. They're projecting somewhere around a 250, 300,000 vote possible victory in Florida for the president.
And bring us up to date on the Sasquatch sightings.
The Sasquatch sightings are, if you look over at Breitbart.com, the GOP chair of the state of New Mexico gave an interview today. Of course, this could be happy talk, but the GOP chair there said, based upon the turnouts that have happened in New Mexico thus far, look for New Mexico as your West Coast or Southwest election surprise.
That's our Sasquatch Watch for the evening. Dwayne will occasionally come in with Sasquatch Watches. Tell me about Minnesota Cold, Ed. We've got Jason Lewis running against Tina Smith. That was not really listed as an upset special, though I would continue to monitor the race. Any good news on that for Jason Lewis? He's been ill. He's been in the hospital.
Absolutely. He gained 10 points in a couple of weeks on the Survey USA poll here, the series, that particular series. It's close in Minnesota, and it really is going to depend on what the turnout model is going to be. You had Keith Ellison on Twitter, our Attorney General, Democrat Attorney General, hard left guy, who was out trying to get people to come out to the polls on Twitter. That's a little unusual, especially here in Minnesota, where Democrats usually turn out pretty strong, especially in the Twin Cities. I think they may be worried about Minnesota. I would look for Lewis first as somebody who can cross the finish line in a race, and then maybe Trump. But definitely, I think Jason Lewis has a good possibility of upsetting Tina Smith here. Tina Smith is a non-entity, really, and so she doesn't really have a base.
Are there any early calls that you are looking for to give you some indication of where we will be 6 hours from now?
Early calls, I'm not sure we're going to see any early calls. I think that the media is going to be really careful about calling races today. I would say what I'm looking at is turnout models. I mean, you take a look at what's going on in Florida. You take a look at what's going on in Fairfax County, Virginia, some of the reports that we're seeing from there. Jim Garrity posted some information about that. And it looks like Democratic turnout is low. And this is exactly what you would expect from a campaign that didn't have a ground game. And this was the large bet. This was the alia jacta est of this race, that Biden and the DNC did not put together a ground game because they felt it would backfire in a COVID-19 pandemic. The RNC and the Trump campaign have been door knocking constantly through the summer, through the fall, and that is usually what drives turnout. So, I mean, that is, to me, what I'm looking at. Take a look at the traditional Democratic strongholds and see if the turnout fell off from 2016.
Now, what I've told everyone, and I've gotten probably 20 asks today, what's your gut feel? What do you hear? What do you think? I've told them all, there's no way of knowing. Nobody knows. It's sort of like the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, where they both look at the people pursuing them and saying, who are those guys? We don't know who this plus 20 to plus 60 million people are who did not vote in 2016. And there was greater turnout in 2016 than 2018. There's a new element. We don't know who it is. It might be people who are sick of Donald Trump. It might be people who are allied to Donald Trump. But we'll know before midnight, I hope. Something to tell you before we pack it up. Ed Morrissey is with me. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Megyn Kelly joins us right after this. Stay tuned, America, to the Salem Radio Network.
Hey, Megan Kelly.
Hi, it's Abby. How are you?
Good. Yeah. Now I got a picture. It took a second for the picture to resolve. This is a good feed. I got video. I got picture. You should just be seeing a little gray thing we're feeding the network. When we're live out of this break in about 3 minutes, you'll see Hugh and Ed Morrissey, who is kind of helping anchor the whole network deal. We got about 2.5 minutes out if Megan's close.
Yeah, she's right here.
Okay.
You're just a little quiet.
Well, I will be quiet because I'm just on a like a back channel mic to be able to kind of do like an NQ hookup, but you'll hear them full force. You'll hear them fine.
You're sure? Okay.
Positive. You'll hear them.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll hear them full blast. Not a problem.
All right.
So we will go live in about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. For 2 minutes, so I'm in my house now. Okay. Should I?
Yeah. Leave it there for a second. Let me just talk to her, make sure she's golden. We got time. We're okay.
You can't see the TV.
No, but how do I? Is it muted?
I just muted it. Yeah.
Hey, Megan, it's Dwayne in Hugh's office. How are you?
Hey, Dwayne, I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing grand. We're about 90 seconds out. You look great. We will get you
Thank
up
you.
with Hugh and Ed Morrissey in just a second. Ed Morrissey's of Hot Air, and the two of them always kind of co-host our election coverage. So you will see the two of them. In fact, you'll see a picture of Hugh, and he just put his headphones on in about a minute 15. And thanks for doing this.
All right, my pleasure.
Stand by. Here we go.
You said it there.
Okay.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt. Salem media coverage is underway with Ed Morrissey in Minnesota. I'm inside the Beltway. We're joined by the one and only Megan Kelly, who is now host of probably the fastest growing podcast in America. Good evening, Megan. How are you?
Hi, Hugh. Good to see you.
And you know Ed Morrissey from Minnesota. Megan, you spoke today on the podcast, and I do mean it is the fastest growing podcast. How many downloads are you doing now on the Megan Kelly Show?
Oh, that's proprietary information, sir, but we're consistently in the top 1, 2, or 3 in all news commentary. We're on fire right now. I'm going to give a little blessing because one never knows, but thanks to people like you, it's been going really well.
It's really taken off, and I found the conversation fascinating yesterday. You had Joe Trippi and Mike Huckabee on today. Can you summarize a little bit? People can go listen because we're not going to have anything real to talk about for 3 or 4 hours. What did those two veterans of election night tell you today, Megan?
All right, well, I'll steal a moment of glory from myself before I get to them, which is, I've had a lot of thoughts pent up about Trump over the past couple of years as I've been on the sidelines. And last night at midnight, I woke up and I started writing some of them down. And today, for the first time in a 15-minute talking points bit, I laid them out. And what I really wanted to say to people was, I get it. I get how problematic he is. I do, and I've seen the things he's done that have been controversial and wrong, but I've seen the things he's done that have been good too. And the reason I wanted to talk about it this morning was because I'm sick of the shame that people try to heap on the Trump voters. It's a real thing and it's wrong, and people don't really do it as much, anywhere near as much, to Biden voters. And I just think that elections shouldn't be weighted that way. People want to vote for Trump should be comfortable going in and doing it. There are all sorts of reasons to do it that don't have anything to do with his personality or mean tweets. So that's number one. Number two, I thought Joe Trippi had some interesting points. He runs campaigns, so he watches these things for a living. And he said, yes, it's going to be anticlimactic for a while this evening because we may not have real data. But he said, take a look at certain counties. He said, keep an open mind when you look at Florida and you look at the counties like where the villages come out of. He said, let's see how Trump does compared to how he did against Hillary. He said if there's a surge in his margin over Joe Biden versus how he did over Hillary, then that'll show you, that may confirm secret Trump vote. And I said, well, what about like Montgomery County up in Pennsylvania? That's sort of the snooty, rich, beautiful suburbs that we all want to live in if we move to the suburbs of Philadelphia. And he said that's where you look for the secret suburban woman Trump vote. And so if Trump's margins are a lot better in Montgomery County, which, we may not have all the votes, but we'll have a good amount tonight, that'll tell you there is a secret Trump vote. So that's what we're really looking for. Is there a secret Trump vote or isn't there? And how big is it? I don't know. I will tell you, just watching, I'm searching right now on the channels, whether it's Fox and MSNBC and CNN, because having been the person who gets these updates, right before you go out there every night, 4 years in a row, like the last time and the time before that and the time before that. All the anchors had a meeting at 5 p.m. with the exit, with the decision desks who were in getting the first round of exit polls. They'll tell you this is how we see it so far. What I'm gleaning is a measured delivery on Trump. Like, I don't sense enthusiasm from them on his path forward, but they don't sound dour. That's just my glean from having done this many years. However, I'll take you back to 2016. There I was behind the scenes with all those guys who had been in, there's actually 2 per network, looking at the exit polls. Then we had a big meeting in the conference room at Fox News. And they were speaking to me and Brett and all the other anchors who would be on the air that night. And they said, it looks like it's going to be a very strong night for Hillary Clinton.
I also take you back 4 years ago when I was up at 30 Rock and sitting around with Chuck and an early panel, a 6 p.m. panel, and the exits came in and Kelly and Conway came out, and we all agree she sounded grievance-driven, that she was upset with the Republican Party for not helping her. And we all closed up our laptops and thought, well, that's a giveaway. And I guess point of the story being the early anchor reports and the exit polls are really lousy substitutes for knowing what you know. Yes. Ed Morrissey, and take it away. Ask Megan what's on your mind.
Well, you talk with Joe Trippi, who's run campaigns, Megan, and I'm curious as to what he sees as how he sees the disparity between the ground games of the Republicans and the Democrats this time around. Joe Trippi knows that you win elections on the ground. I'm wondering if that came up and if he was concerned about that disparity in terms of how Biden's going to perform.
He's not. I mean, he is predicting a Biden landslide. He's predicting the blue wave. He thinks 368 maybe in Biden's favor, and that the Democrats easily take the Senate. All the races that we're looking at in the Senate, he said they're all going to go blue. And he said he thinks Biden's going to crush Trump tonight. And, wasn't concerned at all about early voting. He did say, he's got his eyes on a couple of counties like Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. That's Scranton, Biden, not Scranton, I'm from Scranton. Those should be Trump voters. He lost Lackawanna County last time around, but he only lost it, I guess, by 3,000 to Hillary, which is pretty good for him because it's usually they vote Democrat, but these are white working class Democrats, which kind of crossed over for Trump. So he said that's another bellwether to keep your eye on tonight at Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania, which he's going to be figuring out. The other interesting thing he said today was he's been running a race down in Alabama, and he's been polling voters in Alabama, deep red, all red. Nobody's worried about Alabama, going Democrat this time around or hoping for it. And he said he has seen Trump's approval with deep red state voters go down, 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 down over the past 2 years. He said it wasn't just COVID related. He said he was up at 68, and now he's down at like 51 or 52. I can't remember how low he put it, but it was around the 50s, low 50s. And he said it's personality driven, that people don't like him. They may like the policies, they may feel good about, their wallet, or pre-COVID at least, but they don't like him. So that's another thing to watch tonight. Like, how big a role will personality play?
That's also where
the right man for the job, or you may like Biden and not think he is. Well, we're going to know all that in a matter of hours.
Yeah, Jeff Sessions is still pretty popular, though he did not win the primary. I think Donald Trump is the opposite of an Alabama gentleman's approach to politics. You and I talked yesterday about the Des Moines Register poll, Megan. I had Joni Ernst on the show today, and I can tell when a candidate is confident. Coming up later in this hour, we'll talk with Martha McSally. I'll be able to tell. Joni Ernst is very confident of holding her Senate seat, and they're voting still, and we're being heard on AM 1280 all throughout northern Iowa. I am surprised that Joe Trippi was an optimist about the Senate. I think it's just too close to call. Did Mike Huckabee have an offsetting enthusiasm this morning on the Megyn Kelly podcast?
He did. Mike Huckabee, who wanted the Trump nomination 4 years ago. He wanted to be the guy running against Hillary Clinton, didn't get it. And he has since gone over to Team Trump and is a, dyed-in-the-wool Republican. And he thinks Trump is going to go up from 306 last time to 316. This time around. He thinks Trump is actually going to improve on his electoral college number, and also predicted that the GOP would keep the Senate. Hugh, like you, when I interview these people, I try to ask them to separate what they want from what they think, if they had to place money on it. And that may be an impossible task. I am sort of somebody who's pretty in the middle politically, probably lean more right on more issues than I do lean left, but I'm pretty moderate in my views. And I'm trying to look at this open-mindedly, and I have to say, I don't have any idea what the hell's going to happen.
That makes you, Ed, and me agree. Confirmation bias is a hell of a drug, and I'm staying off of it tonight. Megyn Kelly, thank you for joining us. Thank you for congratulations on the start of the Megyn Kelly podcast. We'll be right back, America, on the Salem Radio Network. Hey, Ed, I was just telling you,
Yes,
my real signal, headphones off. I'm
Yes.
just not on the air, and then you have the con.
Yep. Just like the last
Thank
time.
you, sir.
Ed, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay. You couldn't see Megan because I'm giving you the direct camera feed of Hugh's room
that's
for later.
fine.
But you could hear
Yeah,
her.
that's
You knew
fine.
she was there. But, the shot looked good. You just couldn't see her.
Good. All right.
But everybody else did.
That's fine. I see Garrity's written up the Fairfax County turnout issue.
Town Hall has some pretty good anecdotal stuff.
Yep. They're just doing a Twitter feed there.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey, anchoring Salem Radio Network coverage tonight. The President of the United States has tweeted out, "We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you." And I'll add that from townhall.com comes news that from Matt Schlapp, please hear this, both Florida and Ohio are coming in with higher Republican turnout, lower Democratic turnout today. After Dems stumbled on the early vote, I believe Ohio and Florida will go for Trump in race. We were told it was unwinnable. Median polling is broken. Joined now by Dr. Sebastian Gorka, my colleague on the Salem Radio Network. Good evening, Seb. What do you hear? What do you see? What do you feel?
I feel very, very confident. I think in various places we are seeing indications of real upsets, even in places that are deemed to be Democrat strongholds. We're seeing voter Republican turnout that even is beyond the expectations of the Trump campaign, and certain sources inside the campaign indicate that even they are surprised, Hugh.
Any idea of the geography of those surprise hotspots, Seb Gorka?
I'm not the guy to ask those specific questions, so I'm not one of these, district by district guys, but the places that we hadn't considered to be strong. Look, let me give you one indication. The one that shocked me is I came in to prepare for the show today. I sat down in my green room and I saw the footage from a street in Philadelphia where Joe Biden, with a cheap plastic Radio Shack megaphone, was addressing about 3,000 people in an unscheduled event. Hugh, you tell me, you are far more experienced than I am in domestic American politics, but since when is Pennsylvania in play for the president, and what does it indicate that Joe Biden is addressing a small group of people on a random street in Philadelphia? I think that is indication enough that the Democrats are very, very worried.
Ed Morrissey, you might add to Seb Gorka what the Attorney General of Minnesota was online doing there earlier this evening.
Yeah, Dr. Gorka, great talking with you. And our Attorney General is Keith Ellison, radical left kind of guy in a state that's been solidly blue for 40-something years, almost 50 years now. And he's out on Twitter asking people to turn out to vote because they don't have enough votes yet. Now, that could just be election riffing, but honestly, I looked at that as an indication that even here in blue Minnesota, Democrats might be getting a little bit worried about the turnout model here. I know that the president was focusing on Minnesota. He thinks he can win here. Did you hear anything about Minnesota when you talked to him earlier today?
I did. I actually had Mike Lindell on the show today, he says that Minnesota is in play. And if you look at the fact that, what was it, last hour of the show, about 5 o'clock, you had Harris and Steyer requesting that people make calls for candidate Biden. Hang on a second. This is election day. I've been talking about making calls for the president for about 5 months now, and they need to make calls now at 5 p.m. Eastern. Again, another real surprising indication that things are not going the way the Democrats or Biden expected.
So, Seb Gorka, how do you spend your election night?
I'm walking into a TV studio with my good buddy Eric Bowling. I'm going to be on Sinclair TV America this week with Eric for the next hour, and then just back-to-back media. I was on with the UK at 1 a.m. I'll be back on with them tonight, and lots of radio hits, John Batchelor, all our good friends. So I don't think we'll be getting much sleep tonight, Hugh. What do you think?
No, I'm going to be doing, I got my last hit of the night at 2:30 in the morning for NBC, so I'm going to try and make Ed do all the talking between now and then. And then, of course, we come back tomorrow morning and we do it all again. Do you expect to know, Seb Gorka, who is the President of the United States for the next 4 years by tomorrow morning?
If the indications and the trend lines continue, we will see multiple upsets beyond the 270 the president requires. And as such, I think potentially before the morning, the president will be in a position and the major reputable press associations will have declared the victory for him if the trend line continues. What happens? You're the legal expert. The Democrats have hundreds of lawyers. Will they deploy them? Yes, they will deploy them. But as far as common sense is concerned, I think the president will declare before most of America goes to bed here.
Oh, interesting, Seb Gorka. That's an optimist. My view is there are a lot of tripwires. Either candidate can trip over a tripwire. We will wait to see if a tripwire goes. Dr. Sebastian Gorka, thank you for joining us. Follow him on the Salem Radio Network. Follow him at Seb Gorka on Twitter as well. We'll be right back after this with Arizona Senator Martha McSally with a report from the Desert State. Stay tuned.
See, looks like they got the early vote counting in Kentucky. Hang on. Oh, no, it's not. That's why. Shoot.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt inside the Beltway. Salem media coverage continues of election night down to the desert state to talk with United States Senator Martha McSally. Good evening, Senator. I'm joined by Ed Morrissey. It's great to have you. How do things look in Arizona tonight?
Hey, Hugh. Well, I'm a little hoarse. I've been out there barnstorming the state, getting those final votes. I just came from a polling place. I'll tell you, the energy and the enthusiasm is so strong. We've been out to rural parts of our state, and, we've got like 100 times more people coming out than come to a Biden rally. We just got to make sure people, get their vote in before 7 o'clock, drop their ballot off if they still have an early ballot. But the lines are long in the polling places. I mean, we're winning over nearly every single voter as we talk to them. But it's a sprint to the finish. We're on the knife's edge here, so it's going to be about turnout. We just got to bring it home, Arizona. If you haven't voted yet, go get in line by 7 p.m., get your ballot, and bring it with you and drop it off. Have your voice heard to make sure we save this country.
Now, Senator McSally, we know we're on in Prescott, Tucson, and, of course, Phoenix right now. The Maricopa numbers look pretty good for you earlier today. How's your feeling about the key county in all of Arizona?
Well, you're right. The early ballot returns had more Republicans than Democrats, and I haven't seen the latest numbers, but at 1 p.m. it was about 2.5 times as many Republicans as Democrats had voted today in person. We always knew it would be our voters coming out today in person. We've just got to make sure we have enough of them that get their vote in by the end of the day. And rural Arizona is fired up. I really believe, rural Arizona is a key. So many of them had strong voting in 2016 and 2018 for the margins, but the turnout was a little low, but they are on fire and they understand Arizona is going to decide the White House. Arizona is going to decide the Senate majority. And as I've said many times, it's been an honor to be Arizona's fighter. It is not about me. This is about you, Arizona. If you're listening, it's about your family, your future, your freedoms. If you want to continue to have opportunity to live the American dream and meet your full God-given potential, if you want safety and security for your family and our community and our country, and if you want our freedoms and our way of life protected, I'm asking for your vote. You got to vote McSally to save the Senate majority. President Trump, Republicans down the ticket. It's all on the line right now. It's all about you out there listening. Get your vote, get your voice heard.
Senator McSally, you and I think that the race really changed after the second debate. We both think that the oil comment was what really may have changed the trajectory of a number of these races. Robert Cahaley from Trafalgar actually says it was the shutdown message from Joe Biden that seems to have changed the minds of the people that he talked to. What do you see in Arizona? What is the issue that is the inflection point for your constituents in Arizona?
Well, in Arizona, we want to make sure that we have a strong economy. We rebuild our economy. So all those things you talked about, if Joe Biden and Mark Kelly get elected, which means Chuck Schumer's in charge, they're going to lock down the country. And people in Arizona don't want lockdowns. We're about personal freedom, protecting the vulnerable, defeating the virus, and having a great American comeback. And if the radical left takes over, which they will do, should Mark Kelly get elected, should Joe Biden get elected, they will ram through the biggest tax increase in American history, the Green Bad Deal. So that includes energy prices, the government takeover of healthcare. So this is a top issue from a lot of the voters I'm talking to. Another issue, though, is safety and security, a strong military, border security, support to law enforcement. They realize what's at stake here if the radical left gets charged. And then the last thing is our fundamental freedoms, right? Our Second Amendment rights, our First Amendment rights. I mean, these things are all what I'm hearing from around a very diverse state. It's on people's minds.
I want to ask you, Senator, the National Shooting Sports Foundation today announced that as of today, 7 million new weapons have been sold in the United States this year, which is a record shattering. Arizona's a Second Amendment state. Of course, your opponent wants to roll back the ability to own and keep weapons in your home. As you go out to rural Arizona, do you think that may have sparked some people who have just never bothered before? And I'd love for you to reemphasize, if people are in line by 7, they get to vote. I believe that's the rule in Arizona, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, you just have to get in line by 7 p.m. Again, if your ballot is at home, bring it with you. If your ballot has been destroyed for some reason, you spill coffee on it, you can still fill out a provisional ballot at the poll. So come out. You can also check if you dropped off or mailed in your ballot. Check your county recorder's office. Make sure your signature has been validated and your ballot has been counted. Look, I'm your Second Amendment senator here in Arizona. We are a Second Amendment state. Mark Kelly has been hiding and really been not honest with Arizona voters that he has led an organization that has been solely focused on taking away our Second Amendment rights. And his organization gives states a grade, and they gave California an A grade for their gun control laws, and they gave Arizona an F grade. This is Mark Kelly, wants to be your senator, and he gives Arizona an F. I think you should move to California and run for the Senate there, since he seems to align with their values. But this is what's on the line. We've got to make sure people know if they care about their Second Amendment rights and safety and security. I'm their girl. I've shot the biggest gun of anyone in Congress, and I'm standing on that wall to protect your right to bear arms.
Are you
Oh, Ed froze up on us there a little bit. Ed, your internet is
almost
up.
no conversation about that?
We didn't hear you, Ed. Repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you surprised, Senator McSally, that nobody's talking about gun control in this cycle? I mean, none of the Democrats are talking about it this cycle.
Because they're a Trojan horse. Because they know exactly what they're going to do. Biden actually tweeted this out a couple of days ago. And remember, he wanted, Beto O'Rourke to be his gun czar. Of course they're coming after our Second Amendment rights. Of course Mark Kelly will be the national face of this. But so that's another reason why we've got to ensure they do not win. I wish they would just be more honest with the American people and with Arizonans. At least AOC and the squad, they're honest about what they want to do. But Mark Kelly is cloaking himself as not even as a Democrat, but he will be that 51st vote to ram through their radical agenda to include taking away our Second Amendment rights. We're going to stop that from happening in Arizona. We love freedom. We love our rights. And that's what's on the line. But you got to get out there and vote. That's all. It's all up to you.
Last minute, Senator, you went to Bullhead City, and there were more people there than I knew were in that part of Arizona. What does that tell you? You and the president had a crowd that I have not seen before in that part of Arizona.
Oh, it was incredible. In fact, I talked to the president's team the week before, and I said, you got to get out to Mojave County. It's so important. We had, so many people came out there who didn't vote in 2016, who haven't voted at all, who were Democrats. But they know what's at stake right now. They love America. They love our freedoms. And what an incredible patriotic crowd we saw. That just showed the energy that's on our side. These guys are coming out in force. Everybody, get your vote out there.
Good luck, Senator McSally. Fight on through the end. Run through the tape. I know you will. Stay tuned, America. Hey, Jerry, what's up? Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt inside the Beltway, Ed Morrissey in the Twin Cities. A little bit of data, and it just is to illustrate how early returns cannot be relied on. In Kentucky, with 6 to 7% of the vote in, Joe Biden has 86,000 votes and Donald Trump has 43,000 votes. But we're not really worried about Kentucky. And in Indiana, Trump has 66% of the vote and Joe Biden has 32% of the vote, with 1 to 2% in, 25 to 12,000. This is illustrative, Ed Morrissey, that you really can't tell anything from raw vote totals until you get beyond 30%, I think.
Maybe even higher than that, because with the overwhelming majority of votes are going to have been cast either in-person early votes or mail-in ballots. Those might come in prior to I think in Kentucky, they're already counting those. In some states, they're not going to count those until the end of the in-person voting count takes place. Really, we do need to wait to see exactly how much is still out there before we can start drawing any conclusions from this. I can tell you, though, that Amy McGrath is not going to win Kentucky. That's not happening.
Yeah, it is remarkable. I don't believe Lindsey Graham's going to lose or John Cornyn's going to lose. That means about $300 million wasted of Democratic money. And I don't know how Act Blue works. Win Red works to direct money to the most necessary places as deemed by Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell. I think Act Blue lets you pick where to send it, and it's an emotional response, which is often not the best response when it comes to national politics.
It's not. And remember what happened with Beto O'Rourke. He soaked up a lot of that money running against Ted Cruz, and he actually made a pretty good run at Ted Cruz, but he ended up losing this race by 3.5, 4 points in Texas. And so that's a whole lot of money that went down the drain with Beto O'Rourke. You had the similar thing with John Ossoff in a runoff election. That was a little bit less damaging because it was the only race that was going on at the time. But they spent $30 million on a House race, and Ossoff lost it, I think, by 10 points. He's on the ballot again this time in Georgia again. But yeah, I mean, this is the type of spending decision that you go back and wonder, what was the opportunity cost? Where could that money have been spent to and put to better use than running against Mitch McConnell in Kentucky? $88 million. They spent $88 million there.
If they had spent that money in South Carolina, Texas, and Kentucky on Georgia, that, which is already going to be it's a tripwire for the Republicans. Georgia's
Absolutely.
a tripwire for the Republicans. Pennsylvania's a tripwire for the Democrats. But Georgia closes in 3 minutes. So we'll begin to get some from but if they had spent an additional $300 million in Georgia, Ossoff is a terrible candidate. Terrible candidate. People in Atlanta, you can still go vote if you're in line. Remember that. Don't get out of line. And in the panhandle of Florida, don't get out of line. ABC News still has the mistaken information up that the polls close. They don't. Stay tuned to the Salem Radio Network.
Spalding County, Georgia is going to be open for an additional 2 hours.
Oh, it
Because
is?
because of a computer malfunction earlier today. Court ordered
That's
an
a
extra 2
Democratic
hours.
help.
Probably Spalding County. What's Spalding County? That they weren't going to do projections.
Who's doing a projection?
CNN projects Donald Trump to win Indiana. I mean, it's not a hard call, but I thought that they were going to avoid doing these tonight.
I think they're going to avoid doing them when there's any chance of doubt. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. NBC too. I'll be right back as well. You hearing it okay? Okay.
Yep.
Well, that can't be good out of Florida. For Biden, that is.
Salem Radio Network's Election Night 2020 continues as polls are closing in Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, and South Carolina, among other states. We'll update you as the votes are counted. Now, live from our SRN Election 2020 headquarters, here's Hugh Hewitt.
Good evening, America. Joined by Ed Morrissey in Minnesota and Mike Gallagher. I don't know where Mike is. He's got so many homes. He may be in the south of France this week. He usually does go to the south of France right now. I want to correct our intro. Florida is not closed until 8 p.m. in the Panhandle. We have some called states. West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky have voted for Donald Trump. Vermont has voted for Joe Biden. And so we know that no one's going to achieve Nixon or Reagan-like domination. Mike Gallagher, good evening. How do you feel tonight?
You know, I'm in Florida, and I watched the beautiful sunset over the Gulf a little while ago, and I'm not sure of anything except one thing. I know that sun's going to come back up tomorrow morning, and we're going to be okay. The very smart guy wrote a book called If It's Not Close, They Can't Cheat. I've been thinking about that book a lot today. I've been thinking, in fact, Hugh, I cited your book on my show today because that really is the story of 2020. I think the thing we dread more than anything is that we're going to have a contested election. We're going to have two guys that are going to claim victory, and it's going to be in the hands of the courts, and that would be our worst-case scenario. It's also stunning to me to get a report from my friends and family in New York City that Midtown Manhattan is just boarded up right now. And that's not something I recognize, guys. I mean, this is a day that normally we would celebrate. I'm trying to look at the glass half full. We can celebrate the way the electorate has been energized and engaged this year, unlike anything I've ever witnessed in my lifetime. I've never seen a political figure that has received so much support, so much enthusiasm. Here in Florida, anywhere, Pinellas County, which is a bellwether county for Florida, it's just Trump flags everywhere you go as far as the eye can see.
It's anecdotal. I don't know if it matters or not.
Oh, we had Mike Gallagher fritz on us and walk away. He's wearing his ascot walking on the beach, and so sometimes we lose contact. When he wanders into a cove on his vast expanse of ocean front, he sometimes drops his phone in the water. Ed Morrissey, I've been looking at some of the data points. It doesn't look good for Biden in Florida from a few data points. Are you saying the same thing?
I'm saying the same thing. What we're looking at in Florida is the early vote because they're not going to release the rest of it until the polls close in the Panhandle. On the early vote, you've got Biden up by about 8 points now, 7 points, 7.5 points. That is really thin on the early vote. I mean, I think Biden really needed like about a 15, 16 point cushion in there, maybe even wider than that. That does sort of track though with what we've been hearing about turnout in Miami-Dade. It tracked with what we've been hearing about Republican turnout in some of these Democratic strongholds. I think he's got a real problem in Florida, and I think that the campaign knew it, and that's the reason why their campaign managers were talking today about that Biden has many paths to the Electoral College victory, and he doesn't have to necessarily carry Florida and Pennsylvania, but man, it gets tricky if he doesn't have either one of those two states.
Mike Gallagher, we know you dropped one of your 3 cell phones in the surf as you walked with your ascot and your dog along the beach at your palatial estate. Have you got it back working now?
Well, to quote Generalissimo, Gorka hit me with his Mustang. So I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm just bruised a little bit, but I'm all right. His lawyers will hear from my lawyers in the morning. Yeah, I was to Ed's point. I feel pretty good about my adopted state of Florida. I mean, again, the enthusiasm here is off the charts, and the numbers I'm watching. I mean, you see people like Larry Schweikert on social media, and you get all excited, and you think, well, this is going to go in one direction. It's tough to gauge this, guys, through social media, and you're both kings of social media. I'm not. I kind of loathe it, but you get into that echo chamber, and you get maybe a false sense of a false narrative, something that's not true. So, but they're really, I'm with you, Ed. I think Florida looks pretty good for the president, and Biden thinks he can still have a path apparently to get to where he needs to be without Florida. That probably bodes fairly well for our side.
I also go back to 2004. One of the most memorable election nights I've ever done was 2004, when the exit poll data had the Kerry people celebrating. They had broken out the champagne. They had gone into election win mode. And then the rest of the night was a terrible long slog of disappointment for Kerry Edwards. I don't want Republicans to do the same thing. I want them to vote. I want them to get out there and vote. How late did the polls stay open in Minnesota, Ed Morrissey?
The polls are open until 9 o'clock Eastern time, 8 p.m. out here. And again, Keith Ellison wants you to go out and vote. So Republicans, try to make a good showing for Keith Ellison and get out there and vote.
So, Mike Gallagher, where was the president yesterday in Florida, and what was the reaction to him?
Well, I went to the rally the other day in Tampa. It was 92 degrees. I've never seen anything like it in my life. They were literally hosing people down with the fire truck, with the water hoses. There was the president, Melania, up on stage for what had to be almost 2 hours, with nothing over their heads, no shelter from the blazing summer heat. I mean, every stop in Florida has been remarkable. Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay, but it's the same everywhere. We saw Joe Biden today, as Dr. Gorka put it, with a little Radio Shack megaphone and 24 people. That's what's so strange about this. The conventional wisdom, Ed, to your point, and Hugh, what you said about 2004, in this crazy year, it favors. Biden is favored with early voting, and ostensibly Trump would be favored, Republicans would be favored today if there's a huge turnout. Again, if it's not close, they can't cheat. But I don't know what today looks like. Anecdotally, there were reports all day here in Florida, guys, that the lines weren't real long, and it wasn't crazy, even and especially in Miami-Dade. That could be an ominous sign. I don't know. I mean, all of this, we're sort of shooting in the dark here a little bit. If Georgia's too close to call as of right now, that shouldn't be the case. It seems to me for President Trump. But Georgia's going to be a real fascinating state here. It's crazy, guys. Hashtag 2020.
Well, Mike, one of the things that I'm looking at here is the Gallup poll on party identification, because normally I would say a high turnout election is bad for Republicans because the electorate tends to be more Democratic than Republican. And so high turnout, you're going to have that type of a mix. The Gallup data from today, though, shows it's evenly split between Republicans and Democrats. I don't remember the last time that was true at an election. And so you put that together with the ground game that the Trump campaign, the RNC have been using for the last couple of years, and that the DNC and the Biden campaign didn't do at all. And I actually think a high turnout election might be good news for Republicans this time around.
Well, it should be, and I believe it will be, because again, you take all of the historical lessons we've learned, throw it all out the window in this insane year. You've got people who are convinced somehow that I've said it from the outset. This election will be decided based on the voters' reaction to coronavirus. It's everything. It's a game changer, likely. Because so much is unknown. Biden keeps talking about crushing the virus. I wish whatever his magic cure was, he'd let us know what it is. He doesn't have a cure any more than when he said he'd cure cancer. And he has said that too, by the way. Look it up. So, I don't know. I mean, I think we're all we've spent a lot of years at this together collectively. We've probably got about 300 years experience between just the three of us, and then mix in Dwayne, and you got another 80.
You got another 85. 85. Come on, give the man his due. 85.
Absolutely. He deserves it all. I'm just not sure that any normalcy applies this year. Everything is a jump. Everything is up in the air because of coronavirus. I just still am disheartened by thinking that I live in a country where businesses are boarded up in anticipation of the mob reacting to an election that they don't like, the outcome of which they don't like. And believe me, guys, they're not boarding up the buildings because they're worried about Trump supporters taking to the streets.
Well, Britt Hume just said that on Fox News. The real reason stores are boarded up is, of course, should Trump win the Electoral College, they expect violence. I'm more optimistic. I don't think that there are that many crazy Democrats who would be inclined to violence, but I also don't know that we can even worry about that yet. I just want people to remain very skeptical of anything, Mike Gallagher. Correct. Everything skeptical. Last minute to you, Mike. What's your plan for tonight?
My plan is to be prayerful. I'm praying for our country. I do celebrate the way millions and millions of people have participated in the process. In our business, fellas, we should be grateful that people are as aware as they've ever been about issues, about candidates, about messages. So, I'm praying for my country. I'm going to celebrate the fact that we're going to survive this. I hope it doesn't drag on for days or weeks. I'm grateful to be on a team with guys like Hugh Hewitt and Ed Morrissey and Blaine Patterson. It's a joy to join you guys tonight on this historic night.
Follow Mike Gallagher on Twitter at Radio Talker Mike. Join him tomorrow morning for complete coverage on the might be tomorrow morning on Mike's show before we actually know anything about Pennsylvania. We'll be right back with Peter Baker of the New York Times. America, stay tuned.
Kentucky's already flipped back to McConnell, I see. Wow, you take a look at Miami-Dade. Trump's only trailing by 9 points in Miami-Dade.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt and the Salem Radio Network. Headquarters inside the Beltway at Morrissey in Minnesota. Joined now by Peter Baker of the New York Times. Co-author with Susan Glasser of The Man Who Ran Washington, the biography of James Baker, former Secretary of State, Secretary of the Treasury. Peter Baker, welcome. I have to tell you, I had a nice note from the former Secretary of State last week about our interview and about the fact my father-in-law mentored him in the Marine Corps. It was James Baker being James Baker. How's the book doing?
That's great. Well, that's very much like him. Yeah, the book is doing good, I think. It's one of the few things that's able to penetrate the all Trump, all COVID, all election atmosphere a little bit.
Well, congratulations on it. It is doing very well. I have not seen one bad review. Peter, we've got a few calls, West Virginia and Vermont going for Trump and Biden, respectively, Indiana going for Trump, Kentucky going for Trump. Anything unusual or interesting to you as you're in the middle of the New York Times data flow this evening?
Well, look, we're looking at some of these early exit polls. And it's hard to make much of them, right? Obviously, we shouldn't look at them for horse race finishes. But one of the things that's interesting is the number of people who name the economy as you write. That's the largest number of anybody. Coronavirus is actually below that. A lot of people might have suspected the other way around. Race relations is high, but not as high as the economy. So I think it's telling us a little bit about the factors that are going into people's decision-making as they're pulling the ballots today and as they have in the weeks leading up to today.
Now, Peter, you talk to everyone, and you're well-respected on both sides of the campaign division. How do you describe the moods in the various camps if you can penetrate the chaff?
Well, look, I think the Democrats feel like all the indicators are on their side, but they're just so nervous from the PTSD of last time that they want to be careful about making assumptions and getting themselves disappointed. Republicans, I think, are leery of, wary about what's going into this today. They know the factors aren't working in their favor in a lot of ways, but they recognize that President Trump pulled the rabbit out of the hat last time and think that it so possibly can. They can see a narrow path for it. It would once again be an electoral college victory, potentially, maybe without a popular vote victory, but there is obviously a path for him, and they're holding on to hope for that.
Peter, this is Ed Morrissey from Hot Air. Let's talk a little bit about the exit polls. Now, the exit polls are trickier this year than most years because so much of the voting is taking place by mail and by early in-person voting. Is exit polling really just strictly about the people who are showing up at the polls today? And if that's the case, what's the skew on that? It seems like it would be skewing fairly Republican.
Yeah, no, it's not just based on people who are interviewing today. It was probably a reason not to call them exit polls, I guess, right? That's the traditional term, but it's not just them. They have been doing, as I understand it, interviews over the last couple of weeks, people who have already voted, either in early voting stations or by mail. So they're trying to adjust to that very phenomenon. But you're right. This is the first time anybody's had an election like this where literally 2/3 of the electorate voted before Election Day. So I think that they're experimenting and trying their best to adjust to this new world as well.
Peter Baker, do you expect to have a grip on the Senate before the night is over? Do you expect the tripwire to show this? My tripwire, I think Joni Ernst is going to win in Iowa. I had her on today. I think Susan Collins admitted to me on the air that unless she wins 50% of the vote, it will be a week before they know, given they're complicated. Martha McSally was just on, urging everyone to the polls. I just don't know which way the Senate will go until the second Georgia race, and maybe two of them go to a runoff. What say you?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think a lot of it comes down to Georgia right now. I think, obviously we'll get North Carolina results relatively early tonight, so that would be interesting to see what happens with Tom Tillis. But yeah, I think that this is it's interesting. Even if Biden does win, and the polls have to be more or less right, he may not pull in enough Democrats to win the Senate. It's in the air right now. Collins seems to be doing better than people had anticipated. Joni Ernst, as you say, has surged back in these final couple weeks, and so it's the opportunities for the Democrats seem to be narrowing on the Senate.
Peter, have you considered, I raised this with both Senators Ernst and Collins, that the Amy Coney Barrett hearings actually helped the Republicans, not in the way that they expected, there was no Kavanaugh-like implosion, but that the president nominated an extraordinarily, I would say, charismatic and competent woman, and that she was grilled by Joni Ernst, I'm sure helped Joni Ernst, and I believe it helped the three Republican women on the ballot. What do you think of my theory?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think it obviously reminds Republican voters what's at stake in this election, that even if they're unhappy with, the president over coronavirus or other things, that the Supreme Court is something that unites a lot of Republicans, unites a lot of conservatives, just as 4 years ago they saw with the Scalia seat that was open at that time. So I think you're right that probably it did mobilize some of the voters who otherwise might have been soft for Republican incumbents. I don't know. I haven't seen any data to back that up, but that seems like a plausible scenario.
Peter, was there any data in these polls about the energy question that came up in the debate, or about more COVID-19 shutdowns, potential COVID-19 shutdowns? Were any of those worries in the exit polls that you're seeing?
That's a good question. I haven't seen the energy thing, but I haven't seen the state by state stuff, and I think that the COVID thing is definitely a real issue there. It is because the economy topped it in terms of the overall concern. And yet, if you ask people, which is more important to you, reopening the economy or stopping COVID, there's a slight advantage to those saying we need to stop COVID. So, but there is a worry about that. And there's a number of people, I've forgotten the number now, and again, we shouldn't rely too much on these numbers, but there's a substantial number of people who are worried about personally becoming contracted with the disease. But they're obviously also worried about the impact on businesses and on their own work lives and their families' work lives and their ability to go to school, and all these things are all tied in together. And I think that our debate, unfortunately, has made it like a either or kind of thing. I think a lot of voters are looking at all of these factors as being things that concern them.
Peter, if I can take you back to The Man Who Ran Washington, your new biography with Susan Glasser of James Baker. My first presidential election night on air was 1992 when George H.W. Bush lost, and James Baker, of course, had a role in that campaign. When you talk to them about it, what do they regret the most of that election with the benefit of hindsight 30 years later?
Well, what Jim Baker would tell you is that he thinks they lost because of Perot. Now, there was a debate about that. If you did the exit polls showed Perot voters probably splitting pretty evenly between Clinton and Bush, so it may or may not have mattered. In fact, remember, Perot had been out of the race for months, and even before he got back in, Bush was trailing Clinton. So I'm not sure that Perot necessarily was a decisive thing. There were two other things, though. One, obviously, was they failed to come up with a plausible package for the public to show that they care about the economy. I think what Baker would tell you, they should have done a domestic storm, right, to match Desert Storm earlier in the year to show voters that they cared about the recession and that they could have done at home what they were doing abroad. The second thing, of course, was this last indictment of Castro Weinberger by the Iran-Contra prosecutor, Lawrence Walsh. It happened the Friday before the election, had some notes suggesting that George Bush knew more than he had said, took the wind out of their sails. If they had any chance of pulling back those last few days, that probably crushed it.
And so I agree with the Ross Perot analysis because it just changed the entire dynamic of the race. It is also, I think, the most significant election in modern times. It took America off on a different course. Does he reflect on that? Do you agree with that?
He does, but what he would also tell you is, look, Republicans at that point had been in for 12 years, and in our American cycle, people tend to get tired of the incumbent party after that. That's just sort of our nature in this last century.
Peter Baker, author, along with Susan Glasser of The Man Who Ran Washington, the story of James Baker. Thank you for joining us. Ed Morrissey and I will be back, America, with Alfredo Ortiz of the Job Creator Network next.
Okay, so Ohio closed, and parts of North Carolina.
Welcome back, America. 34 minutes after the hour. Ed Morrissey and I at the Salem Radio Network Election Night headquarters. Alfredo Ortiz, CEO of the Job Creator Network. You can follow Job Creators Network on Twitter at Job Creators USA. Good evening, Alfredo. You ran one of the largest conservative get out the vote efforts ever at keepamericaamerica.com. I'm just curious how that ended up working.
Look, I mean, it's great. I mean, when you look at the results, I mean, look at the, state by state, the numbers we're seeing in terms of early voting, especially the in-person, and that's really, I think, directly attributable to the campaign that we were running, keepamericaamerica.com. And I thank you for all your support and, for understanding and seeing the vision as well, because, look, it's exactly what we said here. We got to keep americaamerica.com. We know which side would do that and which side wouldn't.
Which state did it have its greatest impact in, Alfredo, in terms of driving people and getting them to make changes to get people to the polls beyond themselves?
Yeah, we had some great numbers, honestly, Hugh, across a lot of the states. But, Georgia was big on the in-person early vote. Florida actually was as well. And so, as you know, conservatives really like voting on Election Day. And but in this particular case, we had to get folks, we believe, much earlier than Election Day to make the difference that was going to hopefully make the difference tonight.
Now, Georgia is up in the air, but Florida looks very promising for the president this hour. Ed Morrissey, is that what you're saying?
I was just about to say that, yes.
Yeah. What is the situation in Georgia, Ed? I've seen a couple of needles saying it's tilting Joe Biden, which would be a tripwire for Trump, a bad one.
Well, right now, I mean, we just have about 5% of the vote in, and it's about 8-point difference between Biden and Trump. This is the early vote, though, and this is what Alfredo's talking about, is the early vote that he's trying to counteract.
So you were successful in holding it under double digits, Alfredo?
Yeah, and that's the exciting part, Hugh, in terms of what it was able to do, and I think, effectively cancel, the big push, which, remember, the Democrats, they were really looking at the early mail-in vote as probably a key weapon that they had. So, counteracting that was really crucial and really key, I think.
You also stressed early in-person voting in Michigan, which is, to me, one of the most interesting states tonight because of John James. And you were always pushing early in voting in Michigan and Ohio. How did the reaction come for Job Creators Network there? You got members all over the United States. Were they supportive of the effort, or was that just all online?
Yeah, it was everybody was very supportive of the effort. First of all, it really was, an incredible way of getting people to get out the vote. Hugh, I think if you remember, we mentioned this number a couple of times, but about 7 million evangelical Christians didn't vote in 2016 at all. And so, these are numbers that really could, make a difference. So getting people out to vote the way we did with your support and your other colleagues in the conservative radio talk show space really, I think, made a difference here.
Alfredo, did you do anything in Minnesota? Because I think that there's certainly room for some movement here in Minnesota. We haven't gone Republican since 1972 in a presidential race, and a Republican hasn't won a statewide office here in 14 years. But I think that there's a lot in flux here in Minnesota. I was wondering if you had any play here in Minnesota, what you're hearing about Minnesota.
We didn't specifically there, because of the way we approached the entire campaign. We had national presence. Some overlays in some cases in certain states, but we're really leveraging the power of a national buy, to be quite honest.
So, Alfredo, to close this up, what is the agenda of Job Creators Network going forward?
Hugh, we need to do a lot for our small businesses out there right now. It's unfortunate, this PPP thing's still not approved, $145 billion sitting there, already appropriated, but not being used. And our small business owners desperately need that. To us right now, that's our most immediate need. We got to get the PPP program reapproved so funds can flow because, cash is king, Hugh, and people are running out of cash in these small businesses. So we got to really help them out.
I don't understand that. Do you need another stimulus bill, another rescue package?
Actually, what you really need is effectively an extension of something that has already been approved and appropriated.
So
$150 billion or so.
Hopefully that is what the lame duck will be about. Mitch McConnell coasting on his way to re-election tonight. I know he will be interested in getting that done when he's back in the Senate. Alfredo Ortiz, president of Job Creators Network, Job Creators USA on Twitter. Thank you for joining us. Ed Morrissey and I will be back with Rick Gates, author of Wicked Game, deputy campaign manager for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He's been studying the numbers, and we asked the wizard what he thinks is going on this time. Stay tuned.
NBC is reporting that Trump has improved by over 100,000 votes in Miami-Dade from 4 years ago. Not sure if you heard that.
Hey, Rick, how are you?
Hello?
Hey, Rick, how are you? Adam, you got me up?
Well, 1 second, Dwayne.
Punching 5 and 6.
Okay. Can you hear me, Rick?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Rick? I'm here. Rick, can you hear me?
Come on.
I don't know why you couldn't.
Rick, I got you, if you can hear me.
Sorry, Dwayne, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, same. Hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, Rick. Hello, Rick. Can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah, let me close the door real quick.
Okay.
All right, good enough. Don't talk too much off here.
All right.
I had you the whole time. You just couldn't hear me. I was hoping you would figure it out it was on your end.
Yeah, I don't know why I was doing that, but I think we're good now.
Okay, good to go. We'll get you going in just a minute. Stand by.
All right.
They called Virginia for Biden.
Yeah, shocking, right?
Yeah.
That was like that's the first time I think Virginia's been the first state called.
And they called it. I mean, they hadn't had any vote total, and they just went by exits.
Modeling. Yep.
All exit polls.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey on the Salem Media Group network coverage tonight, joined by Rick Gates. Rick is the author of a brilliant book on campaign 2016 called Wicked Game. He was President Trump's deputy campaign manager, deputy manager of the inaugural. Rick Gates, you are a number crunching guy, and I was looking forward to talking to you tonight and a few more times. What do you see? Just hold forth and tell us what you see thus far.
Yeah, first off the bat.
Enable video, Rick.
Absolutely. You got video? Can you see me?
No, we can't, but you can go ahead and talk.
Yeah, so...
there you are.
Excellent. Good to see both of you. Great news right off the bat. Florida. Let's go right down to Miami-Dade, Broward County. Trump is polling very well, which means that the Hispanic vote, the Latinos are coming out for him. That was worked on quite a bit. The poll numbers are much closer than I thought they were going to be. Obviously, there's still some vote to count, but the key with that is overall is that you're not counting the panhandle yet. So if the vote is this close already, this is much better than the position that we were in 2016, Hugh, and we're very excited about these numbers as they come in. They continue to come in. He is going to do very well in Florida.
You know, I have noticed from random comments on the, I'm getting some feedback, Dwayne. I've noticed some random comments on the web from people like Ron Fournier and everything that Florida is lost. Are you willing to go that far, Rick Gates, and say, game over, Trump wins Florida?
Oh, absolutely. Miami-Dade is their only defensive wall. It's exactly what they tried to do in 2016. You're going to see the vote from Broward County held back. They're going to wait for a couple of hours. They're going to wait for the panhandle to come in to see how big that gap is. And what happened in 2016 is the gap was too big. They could not come up with enough votes in the Broward County area to actually curtail what Donald Trump had been able to do throughout the rest of the state.
So, Rick Gates, that's a polling miss. Although Florida was called tight by some, other people had it for Biden +5. That's the first big polling miss. Can we extrapolate to Georgia and North Carolina from the Florida vote, or is Florida unique?
Yeah, look, no, I don't think it's unique. And what we're seeing is the intensity of Donald Trump's voters, the enthusiasm level. And that was the key for today. If Donald Trump could get his voters out, then he was going to do very well. Florida is the first indication that we have of that. We're watching the Georgia numbers are coming in a little slower. So we'll have to, look and check that out. North Carolina, unfortunately, the courts, got their opinions in, and they really messed up North Carolina from the standpoint that we're probably going to be counting ballots for at least the next 4 or 5 days there. So I doubt that we're going to have a winner there unless it is a blowout for, one candidate or the other. But again, the good news, Hugh, is that the intensity of voters for Donald Trump is paying off. He is getting his vote out, and that is what's going to matter all night long across all these states.
Rick, this is Ed Morrissey from Hot Air. Let's go to Hugh's favorite state, Ohio, where we're just seeing the early vote totals come in. And it looks like Biden's up about 2-1 in Ohio in that early vote, 65% to 33. Is that pretty much what you have expected to see there? And what are the indicators that we need to be looking at in Ohio?
Yeah, look, you got to look at, kind of Cincinnati, Cleveland. This is similar to some of the other states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, where you look at these big pockets of votes and you got to look at and see where these vote numbers come out. This is where we get into the more detail, the better, right? If we can start breaking it down by county, then we can get to kind of those numbers quicker. I'm not worried about that Ohio vote right now, Ed. There's still a lot of it to come in. And we're working on a couple of time zones there as well, like Florida. So we really got to wait and get the collective picture before I think anything can, be said about Ohio. But look, Trump went into this feeling better about Ohio, than almost any of the Trinity states. So I don't anticipate a lot of change there, but we'll have to keep watching it.
Rick Gates, if I can go back to Florida and whether or not we can extrapolate Latino voting. Now, Latino is a misnomer. We're talking about Venezuelan, Puerto Rican, Cuban, and all other Latino votes. Can we extrapolate Florida's Latino vote to, say, Arizona, to Nevada, to New Mexico?
Yeah, absolutely, without question. We did it across the board in 2016. The Latino vote was obviously much higher than I think anybody had anticipated. We were 33%. I think Florida is going to be a great example of that Latino vote coming out to support Donald Trump. And as we watched in other key states, even Texas. I mean, Texas will be important to watch that specific demographic because I think it will have a chain reaction, Hugh, and I think you're going to see that from Latinos across the United States, not just in Florida.
Any indication on the African American vote from anywhere yet?
Georgia's showing a little bit coming in. I think somebody put up a national number so far that it was kind of like 90% to 10%. Donald Trump had 8% of the black vote in 2016. I can't believe he's not going to beat that number hands down, regardless of what it is, simply based on the public support that he's had from the black community this cycle versus 2016. We didn't see anything like that in 2016.
Well, and I think you got to look at Georgia too. I mean, the early returns on Georgia is it's only 8 points separating Biden and Trump here with the early voting in Georgia. That's got to be pretty optimistic. That's got to be pretty cheering for Team Trump here, right? I mean, I would have expected that to be quite a bit behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'll give you another example. A lot of people have asked me about Pennsylvania, and there was a huge Philly turnout. Now, in 2016, people would have said, "Oh, huge turnout in Philly. Hillary Clinton's going to win Pennsylvania." This time around, the question is, gee, I wonder how many of those black voters actually voted for Donald Trump in Philly. So that's going to be a great question for us to figure out tonight.
Rick Gates, last question for you, and we'll check back in with you next hour or 2 hours and 3 hours from now. About what time tonight do you expect to have a feel for this election?
Well, look, I think we're gonna go the duration. You guys are in for a late night. Take a couple naps if you can, because look, again, some of these states. If you look at both candidates in their paths to 270, absent a blowout, the chain reaction of the key states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona, we're going to have to watch all those. Those play into the dynamics of how each gets to 270. And so, unfortunately, a lot of those states are kind of caught up in this extended count for the mail-in ballots. And so we're going to have to continue watching that. Arizona is going to be a big one to watch. So we've got, a little ways to go tonight. But look, I think we're going to have about 42 states that are going to be able to call the numbers. So we're going to get a good indication.
Very quick, Rick Gates. If Georgia goes Biden, does Trump still have a path?
Well, great question. Very difficult. If Georgia turns out to be an anomaly, yes, he does. But I think
all right, we will be back with you, Rick Gates, later. That was not so. We really need Georgia. We'll follow Georgia. Stay tuned, America.
Thanks, you. Thanks.
The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Well, Warren County's up, Trump's up 16 points in Warren County.
Welcome back, American. Hugh Hewitt. Ed Morrissey is my co-host this evening on the Salem Radio Network. All eyes are on Georgia. Florida appears to have gone for Donald Trump, and I don't think that's an official call by anyone. Mitch McConnell did receive an official call from a network as reelected in Kentucky despite $100 million spent against him. Ed, there are a number of counties that are not closing their polls in Georgia. They're being kept open for a variety of reasons. Do you think that will delay our understanding of Georgia?
Probably a little bit, yes. I mean, I am a little encouraged by the fact that Trump's only back about 8 points based on the early voting, the absentee voting, the mail-in voting that they've counted in that state so far. So I think that that's a pretty good position for him to be in. But we'll see. I mean, it's going to be tricky because it depends on which counties we're talking about. And I think that they are, I think there was a burst water pipe in Atlanta, something like that. That's one of the reasons why one of the counties or some of the polling stations are going to be late reporting. We'll probably be looking at that one for quite a while.
Yeah, and so we will keep you posted, good news or bad. We don't really have a good read on that. Anything else of interest other than, I can't stress enough, the Florida win is just much easier than I expected it to be, Ed Morrissey. After 2020,
So far.
after 2000, it looks like a walk in the park for Donald Trump, and he spent a lot of time there for a reason.
Well, and he's added over 100,000 votes to his Miami-Dade count from 4 years ago. This is not just a low turnout issue among Biden voters, because we've been hearing concerns about that from Democrats for the last several days. This is Donald Trump actually adding 100,000 votes to his 2016 vote total. This is important for one reason. When Donald Trump won in 2016, he really didn't add a lot of votes to Mitt Romney's previous total. It's that Hillary Clinton left a lot of votes off the table. If he's adding votes like this in key states, it shows that their campaign has actually tuned up very nicely for this and should be very competitive in some of the other states, including the blue wall states that won him the election the last time.
But I don't want people to take away too much, because Florida it's Florida, man, right? It's the most unique state. It really is the most unique state.
So let me just give you the pessimistic side of this. You've got Donald Trump, who is not a popular president, who's running on re-election, which is always a referendum. You're in the middle of a pandemic. You're in the middle of an economic crisis and a health crisis. It's those types of environments in which incumbents tend to get thrown out. And that's the thing that I'm concerned about when I see high turnout election. I worry about that. Now, when you start considering the Republican ground game, you're seeing the results of it in Miami-Dade pretty clearly. Then there's some mitigating feelings there that might make you a little bit more optimistic. But you're right. We really need to take this one piece at a time.
One piece at a time. The puzzle will come together a little bit more over the top of the hour. We'll keep you posted. Stay tuned. Selena Zito comes to us at the top of next hour. Our friend from Pittsburgh, telling us what she thinks is happening there. Robert Costa, Greg Clugston, Jim Garrity, all in the next hour of the Salem Media Network Radio Network coverage tonight.
Huh. They just called South Carolina for Trump. I was just looking at that, and I was worried about that one because there was a 18-point split there. That Virginia call looks pretty premature to me.
Hey, Selena, how are you?
Mike, hey there, how are you? We're not doing video, are you?
I can't hear you yet.
Hello?
Ben, you got the wrong channel.
Hello?
I can hear her.
Now I got you, Selena. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Can you enable your video?
No, because I'm in my pajamas.
You're in your pajamas?
Yeah.
You're going to bed already?
No, I'm just being cozy because it's going to be a long night.
Well, then I'll just do it by phone. I'll just call you on phone. I thought we were going to do like, Election Central.
No, I told her phone, but that's okay. Call me back.
Okay, I'll just call you back on phone. Okay. I'll be there in a second.
Nope, Florida just tipped over to red. Here comes the panhandle.
Welcome back to Salem Radio Network's Election Night 2020, as polls are closing in 22 more states, including Texas, Illinois, New Hampshire, and the big battleground, Pennsylvania. We'll update you as the votes are counted. Hold on to your hats, because here again, live from our SRN Election 2020 headquarters, is Hugh Hewitt.
Good evening, America. Hugh Hewitt inside the Beltway, joined by Ed Morrissey in Minnesota. Selena Zito joining us from Pittsburgh. Good evening, Selena. How are you?
Good evening. I'm awesome. How are you tonight?
Very, very good. I want to update everyone that thus far, Oklahoma, Alabama, and Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina have been projected for Donald Trump. Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Vermont for the Democrat, Joe Biden. Pennsylvania, no indication yet. What do you hear, Selena Zito?
So our polls just closed. For the most part, the day has been without incident. The counties I outlined in my story today, these are rural counties such as Westmoreland County, Washington County, Greene County, Cambria County, but also Northampton County and Erie County, and Butler and Beaver, the ones that go on the spine with Ohio. They needed to not only turn out in the 2016 numbers for Donald Trump, which was about 2,000 more votes than Mitt Romney earned in 2012. They needed to also exceed that by about 1 to 3%. From all the reports I'm getting back from those counties, they have hit those numbers. The turnout in rural areas and suburban areas in less college-educated density suburbs have also had lines that have gone anywhere from 1 to 2 hours.
So what do you read into that, Selena?
That tells me that Donald Trump could possibly win Pennsylvania. We don't know what's coming out of Philadelphia. That information has been slow to emerge. Plus, a lot of the votes from Philadelphia was mailed in, which is something which we will not find out for a couple of days. But if Donald Trump gets 120 to 130,000 votes out of the Philly-Collar County area, he's going to have a good night. But these rural counties coming in at these accelerated, enthusiastic numbers are exactly what he needed to possibly win the state.
So, Selena, this is Ed Morrissey. Great talking with you here on the Hugh Hewitt Show. And the question that I have for you, it wraps around that. You know, normally we would look at high turnout elections and say that those favor Democrats. But I think that that might not be true in this cycle. And you sort of touched on that. Tell us why that may not be true in this cycle.
Well, because traditionally in these counties like Beaver, Butler, Westmoreland, Washington, they have been uninspired by both parties, right? They've been legacy Democrats, but they've been conservative Democrats. That has shifted incrementally since 1996, and the shift became permanent to Republican in this election cycle. They have so Mitt Romney for them. This is a great way to look at it. For them, even though they were conservative, Mitt Romney didn't inspire them. Instead of seeming like the businessman who would bring a factory to their town, he came across as the businessman who would bring a box to their desk and escort them out of the building. Donald Trump, who largely has run non-ideological if you go to his rallies or you listen to him with the ear of the person that lives there, he talks more about being for your community and having your back rather than in I'm Republican this or Democrat that. And he has this interesting intuition in understanding that these voters care more about their community, their family, their neighborhood than they do with political parties in the way political junkies focus on it.
Now, Selena, you'll be happy to know, because he's your friend and my friend, Tim Ryan has been reelected in Trumbull County, Ohio. That is not surprising. What is surprising that the early vote has Ohio significantly. Biden had 13 points with 36% of the vote in. I believe, though, in the Buckeye State, Democrats are working overtime to get early votes in. Am I right?
Yeah. So what you're seeing right now, the initial returns are what the mail-in vote was and what the early vote was. What you'll see now is coming in the next hour or so is the day of vote, and that has been overwhelmingly Republican so far across the country. Voters were very excited to show up to vote on Election Day, and they didn't mind standing in line. In fact, it was kind of like a tailgate party. I went around to a bunch of these places, and people were happy. They were excited to vote. And then I crossed over the line into Ohio just to see how that was going. And it was the same sort of thing in the places that you and I know like Ashtabula, Trumbull, Mahoning County, Stark County, those spine counties that run along the state line with Pennsylvania.
Selena, we've talked a little bit now about the rural vote. Let's talk a little bit about the suburban vote. Now, the suburban vote is where Republicans sort of crashed on the shoals 2 years ago in the midterms. And I know that they've been working on the messaging for suburban voters. They've tried various different messages. A, did they reach them? And B, what's the message that that the suburbs are responding to in Pennsylvania and Ohio?
Well, see, all suburbs are not created equal. So if you're in a suburb in Erie County or Ashtabula County or in Beaver or Washington County, you are a much different voter than if you are in a suburb of, say, Philadelphia. That has a lot to do with college density, and it also has a lot to do with how rooted you are to the suburb that you live in. People that are from like Ashtabula or Trumbull, these are often suburban voters who are college educated, but they're from a multi-generation of people who have lived in that county. They have a connection with people that are working class that is a legacy. And so they're more apt to vote for Trump, whereas if you're in a county like in Northern Virginia or Philadelphia, they tend to be, everyone has a college education. A lot of people are more transient or from somewhere else or native to the place that they're living, and they were more willing to vote for Biden. But
Selena, I have to break in because Decision Desk HQ has called the state of Florida for Donald Trump. And Decision Desk HQ is very reputable. It's 8:15. I think Democrats have got to be demoralized in places like Arizona. I think they've got to be demoralized across the West to see Florida in the Trump column this early. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, absolutely. And there are voters that are very culturally similar in other states to parts of Florida. And so you have, if I'm a Democrat, I'm wondering, well, I assumed the Hispanic vote was going to me. Now, there's a variety of different kinds of Hispanic votes, but you have to wonder how much did Donald Trump cut into that. I think that we're going to be surprised by that number, in particular among middle class Hispanics, but also Hispanic voters that are small business owners that say, hey, that tax cut actually helped me. I was
Ed
able
Morrissey.
to hire X amount of people.
Last comment
Really quickly, Texas just reported its early vote totals. It has Biden up only by 6 points with a little over 4 million votes counted. That, I think, is a huge problem for Democrats in Texas. That's not a good number coming out of the early voting.
Yeah, right now, Selena, we are watching Georgia. Georgia and North Carolina, because if they come in for Trump, it's going to be a long night for Democrats, I think. None of their early flips happening. Selena Zito at the Washington Examiner, at the New York Post, at the Wall Street Journal. Always a pleasure, Selena. Stay tuned. America Coming Back with Robert Costa.
Early votes in Michigan now, too. Wow. Yeah, Trump did 43% in Palm Beach County. That's pretty good. Yeah, wow.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey in the Salem Radio Network headquarters, joined by Robert Costa of the Washington Post, host of Washington Week in Review, my colleague at NBC. Robert, earlier, last segment, at the end of it, I noted that Decision Desk headquarters, which worked with NBC, has called Florida for Donald Trump very early. What do you make of that?
You look at the numbers in Miami-Dade, and it's troubling for Vice President Biden. But we're not sure about what some of the other cities are going to do in Florida fully. The count's coming in. And President Trump still has much of the panhandle to come in, which is a note of optimism for President Trump.
What do you read out of Georgia, which remains for me the one tripwire that Donald Trump has to be most careful about?
You see in Georgia a change, a transformation away from being a state of white Republicans and black Democrats. It's a state that now has Atlanta, in the Atlanta area, Latino Americans, a strong Asian American population, a white liberal population now moving into the suburbs, and that's changing the whole state. That's why someone who's almost a political unknown, John Ossoff, in his early 30s, is competitive against Senator David Perdue.
Ed Morrissey, you for Robert Costa.
Yeah, Robert, great talking with you again. Georgia, got about 20% of the vote in. Donald Trump's got a double-digit lead. We're not looking at Atlanta yet, though, so that's something that we have to keep in mind. Atlanta's going to be delayed in reporting some of its precincts because of some issues in and around that area. What other Democratic strongholds should we be looking at in Georgia to get a sense of where we need to see the bellwethers in this state?
He's got to have a strong showing Biden in the Athens, Georgia area, University of Georgia. He's got to do well in the Atlanta suburbs. I mean, Lucy McBath has changed that congressional district that used to be represented by Newt Gingrich into a Democratic district. He needs to be running up the numbers in the Atlanta suburbs to outpace what's going on in the rest of the state.
Robert, you talk to everybody on both sides of the aisle. How are the moods, which is a very open-ended question right now, within Team Trump and within Team Biden?
In brief, Trump people are feeling a lot better about Florida. They're uneasy about Ohio. That seems to be the surprise of the night. It looks pretty tight. You're the expert on Ohio. I'd be curious about what you think about that.
Well, Tim Ryan has already put it away, so the Steel Valley is not as Trumpy as I thought it might have become if they're reelecting Tim Ryan so easily. So, Joe Biden went there for a reason. Nevertheless, it is a very well-managed state. Ron DeSantis had high approvals for his handling of COVID in Florida. Mike DeWine, another Republican governor, had high approvals for his handling of COVID in Ohio. I'm going to look to see how that correlates with turnout tonight, Robert. But please continue. Do you extrapolate the Florida vote to any other state, or let me put it a different way. Which state is most like
the
Florida?
West Coast of Florida. I pay attention to the West Coast of Florida. You go down to the West Coast of Florida, you see there are chili shops where you can get chili on spaghetti. That's right out of Cincinnati, Ohio.
That is indeed.
Those people move down to the West Coast. You know those people, Hugh.
Yeah, that is indeed. I'm wondering, though, what does Florida tell us, if anything, about Arizona, Bob Costa?
It means that the Democrats could be underperforming in the Sun Belt. If you look at some of these numbers, you wonder, Arizona, Texas, is it going to be kind of like 2012? The Democrats don't do what they want to do in the Sun Belt. But if you look at some of the other numbers, Democrats seem to be doing a little better than they had hoped for in the industrial Midwest. So more of a traditional Obama map versus the Clinton map.
Okay, we are also looking at the Senate very, very closely, and I'll throw it back to Ed after I ask you this. What do you know about Maine? I know that Joni Ernst is feeling great in Iowa. Martha McSally was on earlier, working for every vote in Maricopa County. What do you hear about Maine?
I talked to Senator Todd Young, the head of the NRSC, and he tells me he thinks Susan Collins is going to pull it out. He thinks because of what happened with the Coney Barrett nomination, the way she could navigate Maine, that she has run a steady campaign, that Gideon hasn't galvanized Democrats in the same way some Democratic candidates like Hickenlooper has in Colorado. So Republicans feel pretty good about that. They think Collins has survived the political storms around her.
Then if Collins and Ernst win, that means the Republican Senate is guaranteed, does it not?
It would lead in that direction. I mean, it's hard to see the whole map at this point, but if Ernst holds on like the Des Moines Register poll shows us, and Collins holds on like the NRSC thinks, you could see Mitch McConnell as the majority leader. But Hugh, it's only 8:25 Eastern.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, Robert. And we have to be careful about blue mirages and red mirages as we're doing this, because the vote is very, very different between the early vote and the same day vote. I do want to ask you more about the Senate races, though, in Minnesota and Michigan. And this is up where I'm at. Jason Lewis seemed to be pulling into a tie in Minnesota. John James in Michigan seems to be running pretty strongly against Gary Peters. What are you hearing about the prospects from both parties about those two Senate races?
I spoke to Senator Klobuchar today. She's feeling really good about Minnesota. She doesn't think the law and order message is broken into Minnesota. But as I said to her earlier, hey, Senator, this is a state, your state, that also elected Jesse Ventura governor. So there's that Trump voter that lives in that state. Michigan is a place Republicans feel so good about because John James is not your typical Republican candidate running as a shadow Trumper. He has a record Republicans feel like stands on its own. And Gary Peters, in their view, is kind of a generic Democrat, but Democrats feel like the union voter is still going to come out. I think Michigan Senate race depends on Michigan's presidential race.
Robert Costa, good to talk to you. I know you got an NBC hit coming up. I'll talk to you again soon. Thank you for joining us. Ed Morrissey, as we go over to the Texas vote, can you review what you told us earlier? Because I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, we're getting the early vote in Texas right now, and it's actually broadened out a little bit. Joe Biden's up about 10 points in that, but they really needed much bigger numbers coming out of that because the same day vote in Texas is going to be massively Republican. They're somewhere around halfway through the vote, and Joe Biden's got a 10-point lead. I think that's light. And I think that the idea that you're going to turn Texas blue in this election probably won't hold up. And I suspect it might have something to do with the Latino vote and how the Trump campaign has approached that. It's something to watch, though, because, again, this might be a blue mirage. It might not be a blue mirage. We just have to keep an eye on how this vote is coming in.
I also look at the Georgia special, which is between Warnock, Loeffler, and Collins, and some hand-wringing on the Republican side worried that the Democrat Warnock would walk away with this. With 20% in, Warnock's got 30%, Loeffler has 29%, and Collins has 23%. That's reassuring that there won't be a surprise upset tonight in the runoff, Ed Morrissey. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that assessment, and I think that that's going to be the case there. I think that it's you're seeing that shading slightly red in the other race too. David Perdue is leading John Ossoff in the early-ish vote. I think that is a good indicator that the state is still swinging red here. We'll see more later, of course, and again. This is the early vote. This is the stuff that took place before the same day vote took place. Looks pretty decent in the Senate races right now.
Yes, it does. And we still have not seen anything on Lindsey Graham. We'll look during the break. Don't go anywhere, America. Ed Morrissey and I will be right back with Greg Clugston, SRN White House correspondent. You can find him on Twitter at Greg Clugston, DC, to find out what it is like in the White House tonight, where the president has assembled a few people in the East Room, I think, later on tonight to make a conversation, not necessarily an announcement, not necessarily not an announcement. Lots depends on what we see until then. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Salem Radio Network.
Wow. CNN's exit polls on Hispanics is pretty interesting, depending on where we want to go with that. Yeah, there's nothing for Pennsylvania. Well, that would be the upset of the night. It ain't happening, though.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt inside the Beltway with Ed Morrissey in Minnesota, joined now by Greg Clugston, Salem Radio Network's correspondent inside the White House. Good evening, Greg. How are you?
Good evening, Hugh and Ed. Great to be with you guys.
Tell us what you're hearing, seeing, feeling inside the sanctum there, Greg.
Sure. Well, there are expected, if not already inside, we're expecting hundreds of supporters at some point to be filtering in and out of the White House. And it still remains to be seen whether the president will be addressing the country and those supporters on the state floor of the White House this evening. The indication is that he will, and that we also may hear from Joe Biden at some point. But I think both camps are holding off on firming up their plans to have a national speech from either candidate tonight if the results are unclear later this evening.
Now, you have been in touch with them throughout. I am curious, Greg, if you get any feel from people. Are they upbeat inside Team Trump?
Yeah, I was with the president over the last 48 hours when he had his 10 rallies in 2 days, yesterday and on Sunday. We got back early this morning, and I was able to read, some of the people that were on the campaign, not only campaign officials on the trip, campaign officials and White House officials, reading body language. We didn't have a lot of close access to them during that marathon of rallies. There were times when I thought on Sunday, for example, that folks were feeling quite optimistic and very confident. And late last night, even though it was a celebration of sorts in terms of reunion of former campaign and White House officials joining in Grand Rapids with the president and the vice president, it seemed like the Grand Rapids rally seemed to fizzle a little bit in terms of excitement and body language on the flight home. So it's hard to read because I think it is going to be close.
Greg, this is Ed Morrissey, and I'm curious if you heard anything specific about what they're looking at in Ohio, North Carolina. These are key states for Republicans to win. We're in early moments here right now. We're seeing a lot of the early vote come in. How confident were they, if they expressed any confidence to you about North Carolina and or Ohio?
Yeah, we didn't hear as much about Ohio as North Carolina. And of course, the president, we were just in North Carolina yesterday. I mean, he's been in North Carolina quite a bit. We were in Fayetteville to start yesterday morning and the day before. We were also in North Carolina for an evening rally. And so there's been a lot of emphasis. In fact, when the Fayetteville rally was originally scheduled for late last week, but was canceled because of poor weather, and the campaign could have decided to say, well, hey, in the last 48 hours, we're not going to go back to Fayetteville, but they decided to. So I think the internals of the Trump campaign dictated to them that North Carolina was worth hitting again. Of course, we all know the history with Ohio and the need for any Republican who wins the White House to have Ohio in the win column. And I think they feel confident about there because Ohio, while there were visits by the campaign there, not as much of a focus in these last few days or last few weeks.
Now, all three of us know the New York Times needle, the infamous New York Times needle. In the last minute, it has gone to 66% probability of Trump winning North Carolina and an 84% probability of Trump winning Georgia. How much do you guys follow the needles? Greg Clugston?
I think the needles are important because it gives us some kind of indication, and I have to qualify that, Hugh, because we know with past elections there have been some monumental mistakes and misreads, and that has been one of the themes of these rallies and the Trump campaign the last few weeks is that they believe that they are underrepresented in the polls, meaning the president's support is not represented in most polls, the silent majority, and the suppression of pollsters. And so that has been a big complaint of the campaign. At the same time, it's important to have at least some indicator of where things may be headed.
And I got to tell you, Greg, it was very helpful for me. The needle was very helpful for me in 2016 when we were covering this live 4 years ago. That was our first indication that there was a real surge for Trump that was coming out of counties that we didn't know about, and it really did. Was the very first indicator we saw that he was on his way to victory. Part of the issue here too is that the vote is so different. You've got early vote, which is primarily Democrat, and that's what we're seeing right now in some of these states. Yeah. You've got same day voting, which is going to be primarily Republican, and that's going to come in a little bit later on. But yeah, I mean, I think that if he holds North Carolina, he's got Florida. The Florida call is early call. What did you hear when that Florida call was made?
Well, it's interesting. It's so early in terms of what we've been used to in terms of past elections. And the main reason why is because the estimated votes reported is so high because of early voting. So I think Florida is very interesting in that respect. And it's obviously very, very important for Donald Trump.
Greg Clugston from D.C. on Twitter. Greg Clugston, D.C. on Twitter. Thank you, Greg. I'll be right back with Ed Morrissey on the Salem Radio Network.
What are we seeing in House races? All right. Let me pull this up here.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey in the Salem Radio Network Election Night Headquarters, joined by Jim Garrity of National Review inside the Beltway as I am. Jim, good evening. What do you see? What do you think is significant?
Well, first of all, Hugh, if your listeners are Democrats, I want them to get off of the New York Times homepage where they have the little needles going back and forth on which direction, how likely it is to be a Trump win versus a Biden win, because that needle's going to give people more heart attacks than the Browns these days.
Well, the Browns pulled out one and they lost one. I think the needle on North Carolina and Georgia moving towards Trump is what's really making them despondent. But the Florida recall or the Florida call early, Jim Garrity, what do you make of that?
Well, look, so for the last couple of weeks, both the Trump campaign folks and various Republicans in the state were saying, look, not only do we think Cuban Americans are coming back to the Republican Party, and by the way, there's some listeners who probably think, Cuban Americans have always been Republican. Not so. By 2012, they were splitting 47% for Obama, 50% for Romney. So the idea was they had become indistinguishable from other Latino and Hispanics that were going in the direction of the Democratic Party. They started coming back to Trump last cycle, and the polling indicated they were coming back to Trump significantly heading into this election. And it wasn't just Cuban Americans. It was also Venezuelan Americans. It was also Nicaraguan Americans. And listeners who are astute can tell that these are all countries that have dealt with socialism in a generally authoritarian manner in their countries. If they didn't experience it themselves, they heard about it from their parents or their grandparents. And seeing Bernie Sanders going around the country saying, we are a socialist party, probably is not good for the Florida Democratic Party.
There's a lot of great data here on this New York Times needle chart, though, and I do want to go over a couple of things because and this is Ed Morrissey, Jim. It's great talking with you.
Of course, I know your voice the moment I hear it, Ed. Yes,
I know. We've done a lot of these things together, Jim. You take a look at where the gains are and where the losses are, right? And in these three states that the New York Times are tracking, Biden gained a 1.5 among seniors. He gained a point among majority college grads, but you've got Donald Trump picking up a 1.5 among rural voters, 2.5 points among majority black precincts, 3.5 points in urban areas, 11 points with a majority Hispanic areas. I mean, that is something that is not going to be just limited to Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina here. This is something that speaks to how the campaigns have reached these communities across the country, I think.
Yes, my colleague Ramesh Ponnuru observed, isn't everyone thrilled that the partisan divide is now no longer so racially aligned anymore? Democrats, aren't you pleased to see Latinos voting for Republicans? No, you're not excited about that? One of the things that jumps out about this is, look, one of the things I've been thinking about is because you're seeing so many Democrats who really thought they had a really good shot at Florida. We should point out, I think only Decision Desk HQ has called it for Florida. The networks have not. The Associated Press has not. But there's a general sense that he's ahead by about 2 solid points. The Panhandle's coming in. That's probably going to grow. Florida's looking really good for Trump right now. The biggest, before the craziness of 2016, probably the biggest, craziest presidential race of our lives was 2000, going down to that Florida recount, coming down to 537 votes for George W. Bush. And Hugh, I have this feeling that that solidified the image of Florida as this perfect, evenly divided swing state in the minds of a lot of political reporters and the people who kind of shape how we discuss about our politics. When in fact you go back to the 90s, and Florida has generally had Republican governors. My colleague Ramesh corrected me. It's only had one Republican governor up until very recently, but it's always had at least one Republican governor. It's generally had Republicans that have sent to the U.S. House, and Republicans have generally controlled the state legislature going back to the 1990s. So when you add it all up, Florida's a pretty Republican state, and maybe Democrats shouldn't be quite so shocked each time it slips through their fingers like this.
I'm connecting up with Skype here, so I'm sorry for the noise in the background, gentlemen. What is your sense of the Senate right now, Jim Garrity?
Very broadly speaking, I'm hearing that Republicans are generally outpacing Trump, the Republican Senate candidates that people are watching the most, which is very good news. I had actually been hearing that, Martha McSally in Arizona, Tom Tillis in North Carolina, that one of the things that was really frustrating Republicans is they were generally a couple of percentage points behind where the president was running. If they're running 4 points ahead in states like Georgia, states like North Carolina, that's terrific. That's really good news because right now, on this little dial, it looks like Trump is at this point favored. Georgia is considered probably Trump by the New York Times, and North Carolina is considered leaning Trump by the New York Times. And
what does the New York Times tell me about my home state, Ohio, where the Cleveland Browns are significantly better than the New York Jets?
Hugh, I'm sorry. I don't know if you noticed. As far as I know, the NFL canceled the season for the coronavirus.
No, that's not true. It just seems that way for a Jets fan. It just seems that way for a Jets fan. But what do they say about Ohio?
The interesting thing is they're not talking about Ohio, and I don't know whether that's because it's a matter of when the polling places close, or whether there's something else. It also, let's see, they do have Ohio. 50% of the vote is in, and they are. Let's see, where is that little dial? They don't have a dial attached to it at this point, Hugh. I don't know if you want to read something into that, or whether there's just a matter of only a certain amount of space. Again, this is another one of those states where, look, Trump needs Ohio. Biden can lose Ohio and still make it up with some other parts of the blue wall and things like that. It's a similar category to Florida. Trump has a very narrow path to 270 electoral votes. But at this point, 8:50 Eastern Time on election night, it's still very open. And honestly, it's very possible that well past midnight, we don't know if if either one has reached 270 electoral votes.
Ed Morrissey, last comment to you.
I would say that that's very likely, and I think that you're looking at North Carolina, which is still looking a little bit concerning, even though the New York Times is saying it's leaning Trump. You have to take North Carolina if you don't get Ohio. You have to take Pennsylvania if you don't get either one of those two. And right now it's early times. We maybe still be dealing with a blue mirage, but those are points of concern on this map.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that kind of jumped out at me, I did a lot of look at the early vote in North Carolina. The good news for Trump is that the partisan affiliation of the early vote, Republicans have stayed steady for the past 3 cycles. The Democrats have been declining each amount, and also the African-American percentage of the early vote down a bit from 2016. And Romney narrowly carried the state, Trump narrowly carried the state. If you're doing a little better than that, you think you do better. That's a good sign. Some worrying signs amongst the independents, though.
Jim Garrity, good to talk to you. And continue to keep us posted. If you learned something, I'll be back with Ed Morrissey after this, America. Stay tuned.
All right, let's see what's going on in Michigan now. I don't know. Michigan's looking pretty good. I don't think we got Detroit yet, though.
Ed, you there?
Well, I punched you in 5 and 6.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you got to do this segment. He's going to dump out and do a NBC hit.
Oh, okay. All by myself, huh? Want to join me?
Sure.
All right, sounds good. That's an interesting way to do a phone call.
You're up. Go.
Welcome back. I'm Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com, filling in for Hugh Hewitt for this segment, taking a look at election 2020. Joining me to discuss this is Dwayne Generalissimo Patterson, producer extraordinaire. And look, I mean, I think when you look at this map in the early stages, Dwayne, there's a lot of reason for optimism. There's a couple of points of concern, though. I'm surprised at Michigan early vote being so strongly Republican. Trump is up 22 points in that first 20% of the vote that's being counted there.
Going back to that Bill Stepien, the campaign manager for Team Trump, going back to his missive he issued a day or two ago. Look, their polling was razor-thin margins in most of the battleground states. They felt actually more confident in the upper Rust Belt, meaning Wisconsin and Michigan. They felt more confident there than maybe they even did in Pennsylvania, although their polling showed that it was moving their way in Pennsylvania as well. We will still see when the western part of Pennsylvania comes in, but the early numbers out of Michigan look quite promising, and of course, if the numbers out of Michigan hold as the numbers come in, that certainly looks promising for our friend John James holding or taking that seat away from Gary Peters. And if John James does become a second pickup for the Republicans, it's almost impossible for the Democrats to run the table and take control of the Senate.
It's interesting too because John James is right about the same level as Donald Trump is in that early vote. His vote is tracking very similarly to that.
Yes.
You take a look at Texas. John Cornyn is already in the lead on this early vote count.
That's
he's
already
actually
crossed
outperforming
over, yeah.
Trump. Yeah, he's outperforming Trump a little bit there, but it's narrowed up. Trump's behind by 4 points on this early vote, and now a little bit of the same day voting coming in. I'm surprised by the call in Virginia as quickly as it came. Not that I expected it to be terribly competitive, but Donald Trump is still up by about 17 points on the count that's come in.
And there is a significant amount of vote that's come in, and it looks like Donald Trump has won Loudoun County, which is one of the big three in Northern Virginia. It seems awfully premature to me to have called Virginia. Now it's true, Virginia wasn't on a lot of Republicans' map. In fact, it wasn't on the president's map. But it still seems awfully premature to have made that call with not any data really outside of exit polling to come in to support that. But you still have quite a lot of vote out there for Donald Trump that's coming in, and especially in Loudoun County, with that going for the president, it's kind of hard to make that case.
And Fairfax County is up on Biden's only up 5 points. So
narrow margin.
Keep an eye on Virginia. I'm at Morrissey Hot Air. We'll be back right after this. Shoot, how long is the bumper?
I guess not.
No. Well, you can now.
What's that?
But people can hear you.
Oh, I was just going to say
People can hear you.
we did that. So you went out a little early, which is fine because stations have legal ID and that kind of stuff. So that's fine.
Okay.
I think Virginia wasn't on any of our maps. It's not that's not what I'm worried about, but it's kind of interesting that
It sounds like we're not professional, though.
that could be a change. That could be a callback at some point.
Is there an issue with the microphone or something?
No, we're fine.
Oh, okay. I was hearing somebody talking in the background.
Okay, so we start again with Rick Gates, and if Hugh is not back, you're going to have to start with Rick Gates and just kind of get him to run through the table again. Maybe spend time on Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio, Michigan. I think I want to, because it's going to be closing. We're closing in Minnesota right now. So hopefully we'll start seeing some data coming out of there.
Okay.
Georgia's looking good still. Still early days there, but it's looking good.
Hey, Rick Swain.
Hey guys.
So walk me off the ledge. Are we going to keep Ohio?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. You're not seeing the suburb count in. It's coming slow. Well, let me get the camera on.
Okay. We want to do Ohio. We want to do Michigan. Because Michigan looks really good right now. Early, but it looks good. And I don't know if we've got any telemetry yet on Minnesota, but Ohio's a big thing because that's what's making everybody nervous.
Yeah, no, look, Ohio, I'm trying to look at the 2016 numbers. 56% in. Again, that's most of the major city votes, so you still got a lot of that suburb, still coming.
Okay, very good. Okay. Stand by, here we go.
All right.
Wait, not again.
Ed, you there?
Yep.
Okay, they called the Colorado Senate. They called it for Hickenlooper, which is not a surprise. We lost Corey.
That's too bad. Okay.
But Michigan, 15 points in. John James is up over John Peters by 140,000 votes, 58 to 40. That's huge. Okay, we're starting with Rick Gates. Be prepared to start unless Hugh comes back.
Sounds good. I'm good.
Election Night 2020 is back here on the Salem Radio Network. The votes are piling up and the tension is rising. Let's check back in with Salem Radio Network host Hugh Hewitt.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ed Morrissey from hotair.com, filling in for Hugh for just a moment while we take stock of what's going on across the country. We've got lots of results to talk about. In Colorado, the projection now is that Cory Gardner will not win re-election. For Hickenlooper. That's not a surprise, but we do have some surprises on the board, or at least surprises developing on the board. Here to talk to us about that is Rick Gates, author of Wicked Game, at Rick W. Gates on Twitter. Rick, welcome back to the show. Great to have you back on.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks for having me back.
Okay, so I think the first thing we got to talk about is Ohio, because so far it's staying blue on my tote board. There's a reason for that, though. You were talking about that with us in the break. It's about where the votes are actually coming in at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see this in Florida and some of the other states as well. What happens is the bigger cities usually project their results much quicker. than some of the rural suburban areas. So you're always going to see a lag, and you saw it in 2016 in a number of these states where it looked like Donald Trump was lagging. There may have been 50% of the vote in, but at the end of the day, all that rural vote that's coming, I mean, you look at Florida with the panhandle coming in, kind of same, dynamic. So just wait for the vote to come in. If I could urge everybody to do anything, don't jump to conclusions either way, Biden or Trump. Wait till that vote count gets in, because some of these states are going to be decided by a very narrow margin, and you got to wait for that 100% vote count.
And if you missed the earlier part of this show, Florida has been called by Decision Desk, and I think maybe some other media outlets at this point in time. I want to talk a little bit about the internals on the exit polling that has been done. Now, it's trickier this year, Rick, right? Because so much of this took place prior to Election Day. They've been trying to catch back up to that by talking to people who had already voted. But the CNN exit polls show a remarkable shift towards Donald Trump among Hispanics. In Florida, Clinton got them by 27 points 4 years ago. Biden only won them by 8 this year. In Georgia, Clinton won them by 40 points. Biden won them by 25 this year in Georgia. Ohio, which is what we've just been talking about, Clinton was plus 41 among Hispanics. And this year, Joe Biden is only plus 24. Those are double-digit increases in the gap by Donald Trump. So, I mean, this. Do you think we can extrapolate this across the rest of the states that we still have left to hear from?
Yeah, no question. And I think what you're seeing is exactly that. And it was expected that Donald Trump would do well with the Latino demographic, much better than he did in 2016. And I think you're seeing those numbers. There's no question. Granted, Florida is unique in its demographics, both with Latinos and Hispanics. But you've got to look at that, from a country perspective. That's going to translate to Arizona. That's going to translate to other states that have huge blocks of that vote. Some states don't. So that's what you're seeing in Ohio. You're not seeing that gap close as quickly because obviously Florida has more Latinos than Ohio, as an example. But what it's showing is that extrapolation. And so the next one that we need to look at is the black vote, right? Let's see where the black vote extrapolates out, how well Donald Trump did in some of the East Coast states and what that means for him, throughout the night.
And I don't have those figures in front of me, Rick, but that's especially important, I think, in Ohio, especially in Cuyahoga, and in and around Cincinnati as well. That's a key block for Donald Trump to make some improvements on, as well as in Texas, which we see narrowing from its earlier projection of early votes, which I argued wasn't nearly strong enough to carry over same-day voting in Texas. It's I think at its widest, there was a 10-point gap for Biden based off the early votes. You see John Cornyn already out in the lead now amongst counted votes in Texas. What else are we looking for in Texas?
Yeah, kind of same thing. You're seeing a lot of the big city vote, being counted early on, and that's what's giving these kind of false impressions of, maybe a substantial lead. But again, as you're looking, Texas was one of the few states that hit 100% of its vote in early voting of 2016. So there is going to be a massive number of Texas voters. And again, this is going to test that idea, Ed, of Donald Trump's intensity. So we saw it worked in Florida. It worked really well in Florida. Is it going to work as well in Texas? Does that momentum carry over to some of these other key states? I don't think Texas, I'm not worried about Texas that much. I think it's one of those, it could be a toss-up, but in the end, it never is. We went through this exercise in 2016. I think Ted Cruz is one of the first to come out and say that's just not, not real. And sure enough, Donald Trump won Texas, I think, by 5 or 6 points. Same extrapolation. I think another state that you really want to look at.
I'm sorry, Rick, you're interrupted there for a moment. Let's take a look. What other state do you want to take a look at right here? Rick Gates, I think we might have lost Rick Gates, but I think Hugh Hewitt is just about ready to come back on here in just a moment. I'm taking a look at Michigan, and hopefully we're going to get Rick back on the line here. Michigan, and Rick is back with us. Rick, what do you see in Michigan?
Yeah, look, Michigan, is going to be one of those states that's very close. This is a great example of one of the states that Donald Trump was able to take kind of in the end of 2016. Hillary was ahead 12 points going into Election Day in Michigan. And Donald Trump won by a very narrow victory, but he still won. And so I think what you're going to see in Michigan is that turnout is going to be absolutely essential. Again, Ed, this will be a great test to see if Donald Trump's vote gets out. He's going to close it, and he has a decent shot at winning Michigan. The last internal projection we had was about 2 points, positive 2 points for Donald Trump. But again, that's based on that vote coming out. So we have to watch those numbers closely because Michigan is one where those mail-in ballots will really close that gap pretty quickly if Donald Trump doesn't get his vote out.
Hey, I am back now, so can I nudge my way in here and ask Rick Gates about the Senate? I just got off NBC saying the fact that Tom Tillis was doing better than I expected he would, that David Perdue appears to be doing better than I thought. This portends well for maintaining the Senate majority. Rick Gates, you share my optimism here.
Yeah, look, I think, overall, the way that Donald Trump is expanding that voter intensity across the map, I'm very excited to see what happens in some of these key states, later on tonight. You're looking at the key demographics of the Latinos and the blacks. And another big one as we watch Ohio, keep in mind, those kind of, soccer moms, those women who, everybody claimed was not going to come out and support Trump. And again, now that we have the ability to break down these counties and these precincts, that's going to help us extrapolate these numbers that we need to figure out how much or how close it's going to be in each of these key states.
Rick, let's talk about Ohio because I was just talking about that on NBC. Trumbull County was highlighted. Ashtabula County was highlighted. Selena Zito was on earlier saying those remain kind of Trump-friendly places, but he is not yet ahead in Ohio. Is that the Cleveland and Cincinnati early vote? How do you read that? Are you worried about Ohio?
No, not right now. Hugh, with only about 56, 57% of the vote counted, that's exactly what you're seeing. I checked, because I was curious as well. We were actually further behind in 2016 at this stage with the vote count where it is. And again, you're going to see that suburban rural vote come in at a much later point in time, and that's going to catch up and hopefully, boost Donald Trump across the top. But we will watch it. It's going to be Ohio's going to be close. It always was.
One last, I'll give it back to Ed. Andrea Mitchell was saying, look, Florida's the Cuban vote. I don't think that's right. I think the Latino vote may show up in Arizona and in Southern California. Rick Gates, what say you? And then back to you, Ed.
Absolutely. It's going to be extrapolated across the country. And remember, in Florida, it's not just a Cuban vote. There is a large, Latino community, Hispanic community in Orlando, in Sarasota, other places that we have to look for. And we did in Florida. And Florida was a great model. It gives us that expanded opportunity to look across the United States and see other states where there's key Latino vote. It's going to matter, and it's going to relate, Hugh, across the board.
Rick, what about Minnesota? What are you hearing about Minnesota? I got to talk about my state here. I think it's close. I'm skeptical that a Republican can win here, but what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is one of the two states that Donald Trump is making a play to steal this term, right? He didn't win them in 2016, Minnesota and Nevada. Minnesota, we lost in 2016 by barely 1.5 points. It was under 1.5 points, which, as you know, doesn't translate to a ton of votes in Minnesota. I still think he can win. The key for Minnesota is they don't have, early voting, so there's no way to indicate. They just have the ballots, and until those ballots are reported in the overall number, we won't be able to get a good sense. I think it's going to remain close. And look, it's close enough that Trump really thinks he can win it. He put a lot of resources at it this time around. So I think it's going to be interesting to see.
Well, we're going to come back after the break. Rick Gates, we will be back with you later this evening. Thanks I know you're touching base with your secret sauce sources, and I appreciate that. Look forward to talking to you a little bit later. Follow him on Twitter at Rick W. Gates. That's Rick W. Gates on Twitter. I'll be right back with Ed Morrissey. We'll look at some of the data during the break. Stay tuned, America.
Wow. Well, I tell you, I don't get the call on Virginia. That's interesting. Oh, yeah. Ohio's catching up now.
Honey?
Yeah.
Linda, it's HUGHNIVERSC.com, right?
Yeah, they got to be members, though.
I know.
Yeah, HUGHNIVERSE.com.
Okay.
The troll-free web surfing experience for Hugh Hewitt listeners.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt and Ed Morrissey from the Salem Radio Network election headquarters. I want to update you on the New York Times Needle Watch. They have a needle that says probability. They were wildly wrong last year, but they keep the direction matters. Florida is now very likely, that means 95% greater probability a Trump state. Georgia is now considered 85% probability a Trump state. North Carolina is now considered 88% probability a Trump state. So he's over the first three hurdles, Ed Morrissey. And Ohio, Mike DeWine said 8 hours ago he expects the president to win when the rural counties come in. I know it's neck and neck right now. What do you make of Texas?
Texas is interesting. I've been watching this. Cornyn is pretty solidly ahead in his Senate race, so he's outperforming Donald Trump a little bit amongst the votes that have been counted. But again, I think as Rick was saying in the last segment, what you're seeing is the urban areas reporting first, and you're going to see some of the suburbs, exurbs, and rural areas of Texas coming in a little bit later. I suspect that this is not going to be a good night for Texas Democrats. They may pick up a House seat or two, though.
If you're Mitch McConnell wanting to be the majority leader, and the president has got an 85% probability of winning in Georgia and a 90% probability of winning in North Carolina, aren't you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, the only thing that we've seen so far that's a loss is Cory Gardner in Colorado, right? It's the only confirmed loss that we've seen so far. Apparently Collins is hanging in there. That's one of those tiered voting systems where there's instant runoff voting. So we'll have to see how that shakes out, but that's looking okay. So Gardner and Collins were two of the most endangered Republican incumbents. Tillis looks like he might be bouncing back in North Carolina, and it looks like Joni Ernst is going to go strong in Iowa. Haven't gotten any data back on that yet. John James is right up there with Donald Trump in the early returns in Michigan, very surprisingly strong. And there's still another, there's still Jason Lewis in Minnesota who might sneak a victory out there too. So yeah, if I'm Mitch McConnell, I'm feeling pretty good about the way things are going thus far.
And of course, Alabama is a red pickup, even as Cory Gardner goes down to defeat, if in fact that does become the case. So it remains 53 Republicans. They'd have to lose 3 more seats to make it a tie and not have John James win. Those 3 seats would have to be Martha McSally, Susan Collins, and who else? If Tillis and Perdue are over the line, I guess it would be the runoff state in Georgia.
Yeah, possibly that would be what it is. But right now, I think if I'm Mitch McConnell, I'm feeling at least a little bit relieved at this particular point in time. It doesn't look like Republicans are getting blown out. It doesn't look like there's a Democratic wave coming. At least
Let's
so
pause
far,
on
we
that.
haven't seen that.
There is no blue wave. You can't lose Florida at 9:30 and have a blue wave. Am I right?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the blue wave depended on states like Georgia going blue. I mean, we've been talking about turning Georgia blue for a long time. Georgia so far is looking like, and again, this is the New York Times saying it's probably going to go to Trump. I think if Georgia goes Trump, Arizona is likely to go Trump. And so I think that this blue wave idea is probably dead. I don't see a red wave either yet, but I think that there's some red pickups that are still available out there.
I must tell you, when the New York Times has got Georgia and North Carolina at 83 and 91% probability of a Trump win, that is very reassuring as we move across the country. It means there will be a competition in Pennsylvania. It means Texas will probably stay red. That's how I read that. It probably means Arizona will be an overtime run for Martha McSally. It doesn't mean a win by any means, but it means we're not sitting here with a 1980 in reverse. And that's what, I was afraid of, Ed, because of these early polling. Remember 2 weeks ago, NBC had a 14% lead for Joe Biden among registered voters. The polls are broken. They just are broken. It doesn't mean that the Republicans are going to win, but we do know that the polls are broken.
And if you take a look at the exit polls tonight, there's a couple of keys here too. Incremental improvements among some of the demos for Donald Trump. He is at 11% of the black vote. That's up from 8% 4 years ago.
And is the black vote up or down, Ed? Because if it goes up enough, the uptick doesn't matter. As a percentage of the electorate, is it up or down?
It is actually up 1 percentage point.
Well, that would still be a plus for Donald Trump.
Still be a plus for Donald Trump. The Hispanic vote, he is getting 31% of the Hispanic vote, according to the exit polls. It was 28% 4 years ago. They are also up, I think, 2 points in terms of composition of the electorate, right? So I think that's, again, good news for Donald Trump. He's getting more of a larger pie. There's more votes there, though, of course. So Democrats are getting that, but you have to ask yourself, where are those coming in? It didn't come in Florida, clearly. So probably California, Oregon, New Mexico, where Democrats perform well. Anyway, Colorado is probably another place where the Democrats benefited from that. So when you're looking at that, it looks like Donald Trump has improved his standing in some of these non-white demos, at least incrementally. And I think that's going to be a surprise to pollsters.
Rural America is really making their voice heard. And I'm extrapolating the Joni Ernst polling and the Des Moines Register polling and the Panhandle coming in and putting it over for Trump. Rural America has really turned out, Ed. Do we have a total guesstimate yet on total turnout from 124 million 4 years ago? Is there any estimate yet on total turnout?
There's no estimate on that, but I can tell you that the rural vote made up 20% of the vote. I'm looking to see where it was at in 2016, and I'll tell you that in just a second. I'm scrolling down as we speak, but and Trump carried that 52-46 in the rural vote. So probably a little bit weaker there than he was, I think, 4 years ago, but still winning those areas, and I think that's where you're seeing some of this energy coming from, is those rural areas where he was doing those rallies too.
Last update, Michigan. I haven't been. I was off talking to NBC, so I wasn't able to check on the Michigan numbers. And when we come back, maybe we can get some sense of New York City tonight from Eric Metaxas, whether or not he's worried about it burning down and coming up after the break. But Michigan interests me. Do we have any kind of real hard number vote count?
Doesn't look like we have it so far. 1.26 million votes counted so far, and Trump is leading by 15 points. That's unusual because the early vote should really have favored Joe Biden in Michigan. And if they're counting the early vote, and I'm not sure that they're doing that yet in Michigan, then Biden's got a big problem there. I don't know if I doubt that Detroit's come in here yet. So we're still waiting on that. Wisconsin's coming in. I got to say that Wisconsin is looking difficult for Donald Trump. The early vote is coming in, and Biden's got a 48-point lead in that. But again, this is mostly like Dane County where it's come in, Milwaukee. That's where this early vote is coming in, and Milwaukee is almost fully counted, by the way.
It is.
Yeah. Well, according to this, it's a range between 81 and 96% precincts reporting, and that's the majority of where that.
That's interesting. The Democrats really put everything into early voting, didn't they? So Republicans have mountains to climb everywhere. They climbed it in Florida. They are climbing it in Georgia and North Carolina. We'll keep you posted, America. Stay tuned to the Salem Radio Network. Welcome back. It's Hugh Hewitt in the Salem Radio Network Election Central with Ed Morrissey. Ed, in Michigan, President Trump with 19% of the vote and has a 200,000 vote lead. In North Carolina, though, with 80% in, Joe Biden has got a 90,000 vote lead. Both are surprising numbers. What do you make of them?
Well, in terms of Michigan, I think that we're still not seeing Detroit, and I think we still have to wait for that. The other one was North Carolina. I show it with a 46,000 vote lead for Joe Biden with about 87% in. You take a look at the New York Times, and they're still showing North Carolina is likely Trump. Quite likely.
They must
Trump,
be counting on
93%.
something. Eric McTaxis joins us now from Boarded Up Manhattan. Eric McTaxis, host of the Eric McTaxis Show. Follow him on Twitter at Eric McTaxis. Got a line of Donald Trump books he wants to keep going. Eric, how do you feel about tonight?
Well, I got to tell you, Hugh, when I listen to people like you and your previous guests that talk about these numbers and they get down into the precincts and stuff, it blows my mind because I have never been political in that way. And so it's mystifying to me. I mean, first of all, I was saying before I even looked at anything, late this afternoon, I was saying I didn't think Joe Biden could make Hillary Clinton look good. I think his performance over the last month has been beyond belief, and it is beyond belief to me that this could even be a tight race. I have never seen anything like it. I think he wisely knew that all he had to do was be the other guy, and the less he showed his face and said anything, he would only do damage to himself. So frankly, I'm mystified by a number of things I'm seeing. I'm mystified by people calling races that are clearly not yet clear. I mean, it's just amazing to me that people are calling stuff and then they're backtracking. And shouldn't there be like a yellow flag or something for doing that? You're the political veteran, so you got to tell me.
I have not seen a callback yet, although Virginia would be a candidate for it. I have not seen it.
Possibly, you're to me, you're the expert, so I'm interviewing you, and I'm asking you, how is it possible for somebody to call a state like Virginia when it is clearly not yet at the point where you can make the call?
Let me use Florida. It's possible to call it for Donald Trump because Democrats typically win Miami-Dade by double digits. Tonight they won Miami-Dade by about 3%. So you can extrapolate. Am I right about that, Ed? Is that the correct math?
Yeah, it was certainly single digits in Miami-Dade, and yeah, I mean, once we saw that, I think we could say fairly confidently that Donald Trump was going to carry the rest of the counties normally.
Of course, Florida, to me, from what I've seen, that's easy to call, no problem. Enough precincts are in. But with Virginia, I just think I must be missing something. People are jumping do you get extra points for getting it right? Are they trying to?
No, you don't. That is irresponsible. They're not calling North Carolina on CNN. Joe Biden is up by 84,000 votes with 80% of the vote in, and they're not calling it because they don't know where that 20%'s a lot of votes, right? That's 700,000 votes. It could decide it. But
what is I know it's your show, but I'm asking you, what is your gut? What do you think's going to happen?
We won't know tonight.
Well, wait a minute. I know we won't know tonight, but
I believe it'll come down to Pennsylvania and Ohio, and we will not know tonight.
And Ohio's not looking good right now, is it?
Well, it's got a lot of rural votes still out. It's got 60% of its vote in, but that's Cleveland and Cincinnati, and the farmers have to be heard from, just like they were heard from all over the place. And so I just don't think you can call Ohio off yet. But if it's close, they'll count every vote. They'll have legions of lawyers living in Warren, Ohio, and Michigan remains the wild card. That if Trump gets it, we're going to feel real good. I'm feeling great about the Senate, Eric. I could be wrong. Anyone could be wrong. I'm feeling great about holding on to the Senate.
But I'll give an example of what I'm talking about for people jumping. Fox News already called the House for the Democrats. And I'm thinking, how can they do that already? Like, did I miss something there?
Well, I am surprised by that because it's too early to call California. California just stopped voting 39 minutes ago. I don't understand that call at all. But we will see. If people can lose their reputation forever, depending on what happens tonight. Eric McTaxis will be listening tomorrow on the Eric McTaxis Show. I'll be back with Ed Morrissey right after this. Stay tuned, America. Welcome back, America. 44 minutes after the hour on election night with Ed Morrissey in the Salem Radio Network headquarters. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Ed, over the break, Texas began to move towards Donald Trump, and the gap in Ohio narrowed considerably, so that Trump is only down 15,000 votes with a lot of the vote left out. What do you make of over the break results? I'm not hearing Ed.
I'm sorry, we got cut off there for just a moment. What was your question, Hugh?
I noted that Texas had gone over to Trump. He's in the lead now. Ohio is narrowed to a 15,000 Biden vote lead. And we've got a dead heat in North Carolina between Cal Cunningham and Tom Tillis at this point, 48% to 48%. What are you saying and hearing about whatever results you want to bring up?
Well, I mean, I think the Texas results are very interesting. There's still a lot of room to move for Republicans in Texas. North Carolina is tight. I mean, it really is. And there's not a whole lot more to report in North Carolina. So obviously the New York Times is seeing something. They're seeing precincts that are going to go Republicans' way, because they're still insisting that that is quite likely Trump. That has not budged. In fact, it's even gotten more a higher percentage over the last couple of minutes here. So I'm not sure what they're seeing there. Just a couple of things. We got some new reporting states in. We've got the first reports from Wisconsin, which are mildly good for Donald Trump, mostly in Dane County. The Biden vote is mostly in Dane and Milwaukee, which we knew. Dane is Madison, by the way, the state capital. Milwaukee's Milwaukee. And then we're seeing the very first hints of reports from Minnesota. And Donald Trump has a big wide lead there, but it's all in Hennepin County. That's Minneapolis. And by the way, yeah, what? Donald Trump has got 25% of the vote so far from Hennepin County, which actually I think that's not a bad total for him. Republicans don't usually get 25% in Hennepin County, no matter what they do.
No, I'm actually amazed by that. Really quite amazed by that. Michigan is on the CNN nap right now, and Michigan is at 58.7% Donald Trump and Joe Biden 39% with 20% of the vote counted. It all depends on where it's coming in from. But I can't tell you that I've seen anything that upsets me yet tonight, Ed, as a Trump supporter and as a Mitch McConnell as majority leader. I haven't seen any terrible, unexpected news, other than I would like North Carolina to catch up with the New York Times pretty soon by coming in with a county that we don't have yet.
I think that would be my main concern right now is North Carolina. I think Ohio, there's still a lot of vote left out there. North Carolina is a little worrisome here. I know the New York Times is telling us that the Republicans have it, and that would be good news. Because that is a difficult state to win. But I would like to see that separation start happening pretty quickly. Otherwise, I'm not certain that we're going to hold that state or that seat.
You know what is different about this year is that so much of the vote came in early. All of our numbers, all of our normal places that we go to update our numbers are not working. CNN does not have the big map, which I normally rely on for up-to-the-moment counts and...
Well, we're getting him from the decision desk. We're getting him at decision desk. So, we are seeing some numbers come in. This is from the secretaries of state websites usually. And I think what we're seeing is that we're not used to seeing, the Democrats counted and then the Republicans counted generally. This is a little different this year.
Ohio has just gone into the Trump column. They now have more. Not a call. It hasn't been called, but Donald Trump is now ahead in the actual vote count, which is reassuring. That was a little bit troubling to see him so far behind. And that's all I've seen nothing on Maine. And so Decision Desk is not organized by state the way I would like it to be. Do you have access to Decision Desk in Maine, Ed Morrissey?
Yeah, it's showing Donald Trump in the lead, but with only about 10% of the vote counted in Maine. 53-44. So a 9-point lead with about 10% of the vote counted there.
Does it show Senator Collins there?
It does. Right now, with the same percentage of the vote counted, Collins is leading 58-35 over Sarah Gideon. Now that would be an outright win. They only go to the runoff voting, the instant runoff voting, if one candidate doesn't clear 50%. It's still early in the main count, but that's a pretty good start for Susan Collins.
Yeah, I would. If they can put Tillis and Collins to bed in the Republican Senate, the Republicans are going to control the Senate. That's my humble opinion. If they can get Tillis and Collins over the line early on, even though Martha McSally is fighting for every vote, it will not determine who controls the committees and who controls what would be, I think, Republic-threatening court packing if Joe Biden wins one of these elections. CNN is making a projection right now that South Carolina is going to Donald Trump. What a surprise. We knew that. But that also means Lindsey Graham should be in good shape.
Lindsey Graham, I think, is way out ahead. I'll take a look at what that says in the decision desk numbers. It's a 10-point lead so far with about 45% vote counted, 54-44. That is not a big surprise. I think that the Jamie Harrison thing, he's certainly a good challenger, but I never bought into the idea that Jamie Harrison was going to unseat Lindsey Graham. South Carolina is too conservative. Lindsey Graham fits them pretty well. So
can you also check on Kansas for us? Because the Democrats were hoping for a few out of the blue wins. One was Lindsey Graham, one was John Cornyn, and one was Kansas, where Dr. Congressman Marshall is running. How does that look?
Right now, Marshall's got a narrow lead there. He's up about 3 points. That's about 21,000 votes, with somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the vote counted. That's a range because, again, they're counting early votes. They're also counting in-person votes from today. So they're giving us a range on these things. But that was actually tilting the other way a little bit earlier, catching up now to the same day voting. It looks like Marshall's doing all right. And Kansas is a tough state. People don't think about Kansas as a potential swing state, but Democrats have made inroads in Kansas. And that is actually something that we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's called the Sam Brownback effect. He was not so popular there, and as a result, very, very, very uphill battles for statewide candidates. Not the congressional district so much, but they do have to worry about Kansas City, Kansas, and, of course, Wichita. I'll be right back with Ed Morrissey as we round into the 10 o'clock hour. More states will be reporting. More results will be coming up, and we will provide them all for you right here on the Salem Radio Network. Coverage until midnight right here.
Looks like Decision Desk has Tillis ahead now. Let me refresh my page here. All right, Tillis is up by 7,000 votes in North Carolina. Virginia. I don't get Virginia at all. And Trump is within 9,000 votes. Wow. I'm telling you, Wisconsin's in play here.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt in the Salem Radio Network. Election night central. Ed Morrissey in Minnesota is going to look up the North Carolina Senate number for me while I update you on the Georgia Senate number. This is an important race. They cannot lose this and hold the Senate. David Perdue is the incumbent. John Ossoff was the challenger for a congressional seat earlier. With between 49 and 59% of the votes in, David Perdue has established a very solid lead, 1,357,000 votes, actually 1,358,000. And Ossoff is got 1 million. So we have David Perdue as 350 votes ahead. I've already told people that South Carolina has gone both for Graham and for the president, but Georgia looking increasingly better. What does North Carolina look like, Ed?
North Carolina is now tipping it over to Tillis. He's got about a 10,000 vote lead. So it looks like the New York Times had it right. There's still a few counties left to report, but they seem to be rural, suburban type of counties, and so we'll keep an eye on that. But he's got a 10,000 vote lead now that equates out to about a quarter of a percentage point. So it's tight. In the presidential race, Joe Biden still has an edge here, but it's only by 9,000 votes. And again, there's still some counties left to come in here. And I'm going to take a quick look over at the New York Times dials, and they're still showing pretty likely Trump, 95% chance that it's going to go to Trump. So
they must be very certain of those counties. Let's take a look at the Ohio numbers, where I believe Joe Biden maintained, at least as of 15 minutes ago, a 13 or 15,000 vote lead. What do you have in Ohio, Ed Morrissey?
Ohio is it's showing up red here on my screen. Donald Trump has now got a 1.06% lead, with about 80% or more of the precincts reporting. That equates out to about a 52,000 vote lead in Ohio.
All right, I'm feeling better about that. What about Texas? Because what it looks like is the map is replicating, except for the Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That would be back to what we expected before we go into the top of the hour break. What does Texas look like, Ed Morrissey?
Donald Trump trails by about 10,000 votes, but there's only about 70% of the precincts counted here. This is all the early voting. And again, like Rick Gates said earlier, this is the cities reporting. We're getting the suburbs. We're getting the exurbs. We're going to be still getting the rural votes. I think that this is going the right way. Robert Cahaley from Trafalgar, I know that you've talked to him, just put out a note on Twitter saying that everything is going about the way that they saw it unfolding. So he might end up being the man of the hour if this thing comes.
If he is, he's going to be hired by every single corporation in America, because Trafalgar was way out there on a limb. Please don't go anywhere, America. The Salem Radio Network coverage of election 2020 will return soon.
Texas just flipped over to Trump now on their tote board.
in 5 seconds.
Just after 10 p.m. in the east, 7 p.m. on the west coast, polls are closing in Oregon, Idaho, Utah, and other states, even as votes are still being tabulated elsewhere. Here again, live at our SRN Election Night 2020 headquarters, is Hugh Hewitt.
Good evening, America. Joined by Ed Morrissey in Minnesota. John Allen, I don't know if he's in D.C. or New York tonight. Good evening, John. How are you from NBC News, senior political analyst?
I'm good, Hugh. I'm in D.C., and good to hear that my friend Ed is on the line as well.
Well, Ed always pops in to try and make Minnesota relevant. He's trying to make Minnesota great again. I want to know what you guys think about North Carolina. CNN says that North Carolina has only 84% reported, but now Donald Trump has finally gotten a 2,000 vote margin there. But John Allen, the New York Times Needle, has been saying 97% Trump for the last hour and a half. What say you?
It looks more like a 99.9% Trump.
Now, how do we...
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think that, at this point, basically, it would have to be a miracle on the Democratic side for Joe Biden to win North Carolina.
All right, good. Let's put that down. So Donald Trump has got the same map as he had in 2016, John Allen. The same map to the White House. Where is his biggest hurdle left? He cleared Florida, he cleared Georgia, he cleared North Carolina. He's going to clear Texas, where he's now established about a 200,000 vote lead. What is the big hurdle for Donald Trump?
I mean, it's the same three states that we would have talked about the day after the 2016 election. It's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
And how do you size those up at this hour?
Too early to tell. I mean, I think if you're the president, you got to feel pretty good about where you are right now. This is looking very much on track for where you'd want to be. At the same time, the thing I'd be nervous about if I'm sitting in the White House strategy room, I guess they're in the executive office building today. The thing I'd be worried about is that what looks to be a closer than perhaps expected race in Ohio. Ohio, as you know, your own home state. It can behave very much like the states around it. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if there's just a little bit of movement away from Trump on a percentage basis from where he was in 2016 in those three states, that could mean losing the presidency.
My hometown, Trumbull County, John Allen, has voted for Donald Trump by more than 10%, with all precincts reporting. He won by 2% there 4 years ago. I don't think Ohio's in play. I really don't, given that Trumbull County is amazing for it to be that big for a Republican.
I don't think it's in play. I mean, I don't expect Biden to win it. The question is, will Trump win by 8 points or 4 points? He won by 8 points last time. So, like I said, if I'm President Trump right now, I'm feeling pretty good about where I am. But my concern is that there might be some, harbingers out there if Ohio is close.
Now, talk to me about the Senate, then I'm going to let Ed quiz you. I am very comfortable. If I'm Mitch McConnell, I'm looking at losing Colorado, picking up Alabama, and maintaining Georgia's in his pocket. North Carolina, Tillis should be in his pocket. Hard to say. And Susan Collins looking good in Maine. What do you know about these places?
I mean, Tillis looks like he's in pretty good shape here. The same precincts are out for Tillis and Cunningham as are out for Trump and Biden. And right now, what I'm looking at from NBC is a Tillis lead. We're not expecting these final votes coming in from today's voting to be very favorable to Democrats. There's always potential for surprise, but it looks like Tillis is in good shape to hang on. I've been looking at a lot of stuff today. I haven't looked at the Maine race as closely, so I'd have to take a look there to give you a thoughtful response.
Ed Morrissey,
hey, John,
you're with us.
John. Good to talk to you. I feel like I'm the defense attorney coming in here, John. Prior to this, we were talking a lot about the polls. There was a big debate over the polls. You had most of the polls showing Biden with a very comfortable lead nationwide and leads in some of these same states that we're seeing Donald Trump do well in. On the other hand, you had Trafalgar, and there's another outfit called WIC, which did something similar with their polling, saying you guys aren't counting the shy Trump voters. Do you think that looking at what's going on in these states, do you think that there's something to that the pollsters missed some of this turnout because they weren't asking the right questions?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure exactly what the cause is. But I would go back to the spring of 2016 when one of Hillary Clinton's advisors told the campaign that they should just add 4 points to anything. Add 4 points for Trump to any poll they saw.
Oh.
And may even be a bigger margin now than it was back then. The Clinton people ignored it. They thought that was, sort of voodoo magic type of thinking, some sort of magical thinking. And, what we've seen now for 2 consecutive elections is that Donald Trump outperforms the polls. Part of that is the ability to get his foot soldiers out to the polls. We see everywhere that you see a Democratic increase so far, and we've seen some of that around St. Petersburg and Tampa and in Jacksonville in Florida. There is something offsetting it for Trump. You see in South Florida, Trump ran up, I think, 250,000 more raw votes in the 3 big South Florida counties than he did in 2016. So that's Broward and Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. And we're seeing that in North Carolina too. Biden increased his increased the Democratic vote margins in Wake County and in Mecklenburg County, and Trump is offsetting it elsewhere, more than offsetting it potentially.
John, go ahead, Ed.
So I was going to say, Wake County was one of the counties that I actually researched and visited for my book, and I knew that was sliding more Democratic as it went along. So yeah, they're turning out votes someplace else, and I don't know that pollsters are getting a handle on that yet. Maybe after this cycle they might.
John Allen, in Michigan, the president invested an enormous amount of energy and time, and he campaigned with John James. Does NBC, are you seeing any kind of a call out of Michigan one way or the other for either of those races?
I haven't seen a call for either of the races yet. But absolutely, the president has been a big supporter of John James in Michigan. He's run before and has not gotten the kind of national support I think that he would have needed to be competitive. I think Senator Peters has been certainly less prolific and less noticeable than his Senate colleague Debbie Stabenow, and I think a lot of people in Michigan don't know who he is, which I think is helpful to James running statewide again and having some name recognition, as well as being a capable candidate.
Now, I do want to pay attention to where the Republicans lost today. Colorado is a blue state now, much in the way that Missouri is a red state and Iowa, although it goes back and forth on the decision desk headquarters, it's a red state. This is a geographic realignment into, the Whole Foods canard versus Cracker Barrel. But Colorado used to be competitive. It's not competitive, John Allen.
No, not at all. Part of that's demographic shift, and as you point out, the parties have changed significantly. When I was coming up as a reporter, 15, 20 years ago, it was hard to find a Republican who was not an advocate or an adamant advocate for free trade. Now you've got a Donald Trump Republican Party that is talking a lot more about keeping jobs in the U.S. and more focused on trying to address that than to try to seek economic benefits, broadly for trade. So that's just an example of one of the sort of shifts and realignments of the parties just in the last 10, 15 years on issues that affect the way voters in particular states see the parties.
Ed Morrissey, you're a witness.
Yeah, I think too, John. I think you're right about that. I think that both parties, though, have a populist streak. And I think that Republicans served that populist streak in last cycle and this cycle, and Democrats did not, right? And they ran establishment nominees in both of those cycles. And I think that's a key part of understanding why you're seeing this type of enthusiasm for Donald Trump, which is, again, kind of off the measures. But to me, I think that's one of the key stories over the last 4 years is populism succeeding with the Republican Party, not succeeding in the Democratic Party, and this is what they end up with.
John, we got 30 seconds. If you had to bet your house or your Maryland Terps t-shirt, who's going to be president in the morning?
I don't bet anything on the presidency.
How about the Senate?
Wise man.
Let me make a quick. Can I make a quick plug? Ed mentioned his book in Wake County, and his book is fantastic. I encourage people to read it. You learn a ton about the counties that are so crucial to our elections.
You're not going to plug yours, John? What the heck? What have I taught you all these years? You're not plugging your own book?
I'll let you do that, Hugh. Please do it.
Oh, another book from John Allen, 80 Parnes coming your way. Don't go anywhere, America. It's the Hugh Hewitt Show.
So do you think that they're pouring the hemlock straight up over at the Lincoln Project or just serving it over ice? Hmm.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey, and now joined by townhall.com senior columnist Kurt Schlichter out on the West Coast. Colonel Kurt, what do you make of tonight thus far?
Well, Hugh, are you responsible for this amazing situation in Virginia?
I don't know what's going on in Virginia. It's been blue from the beginning, but it's not blue on my count.
Well, look, I mean, Donald Trump is something like 200,000 ahead, and we know that, as Spinal Tap famously said about Boston, it's not a big college town. Well, Virginia is a big college state. The kids aren't there. Could it be possible that that we take Virginia? Because that would be the only change we've seen so far. What's remarkable is this is basically 2016.
Well, I do think it is on the Senate map. I don't think we're ahead in Arizona yet. I do believe all the votes in Ohio are showing a trend in Ohio that's very favorable. Pennsylvania and Michigan has the president ahead. Even in Wisconsin, with between 30 and 45% quantity, got a 40,000 vote lead. Kurt, are you willing to say he's going to win yet? I'm not. I'm gun shy.
Yeah, look, if I was a betting man, and sometimes I am, I would put the money down the president. I would much rather be in the operations center, a team Trump than a team Biden. Hugh, you get a feeling when your team is winning. There's kind of a vibe, and I'm kind of getting that because whenever they're almost about to take, they're so close in North Carolina, and then boom, out of reach it goes. I just think we're on a path to win. Now, we can lose one or two states. We could lose in Arizona, but we could maybe pick up a Nevada or even not and still win this thing. If we continue matching the performance from last time, Donald Trump will be president for the next 4 years, and I expect to keep the Senate. And despite what some people are projecting, I think we stand to make some important gains in the House.
Hey, Kurt, this is Ed Morrissey. Glad to have you with us. Look, I'm taking a look at the map as it's just currently showing. If you just go with where it's at right now, Donald Trump ends up with 290 electoral votes. So, I mean, you don't have to worry about Arizona on that. You don't have to worry about Nevada. Just the way the map looks right at the moment from Decision Desk HQ, Donald Trump would have 290 votes. And so that leads me to ask you this very important question. Do you think that they're serving the hemlock straight up at the Lincoln Project, or do you think they're serving it over ice with a twist?
Do you really want me to be talking about the Lincoln Project on an FCC-compliant radio program?
No, go ahead. Talk about the bulwark instead.
Oh, thanks, Hugh. Why don't you just throw me some red meat? Those guys, those guys doubled down on failure. They were gone no matter who won. There's no place for them in a Biden world. There's no place for them in the second Trump administration. I hope they enjoy their money and their shame.
Well, I am not popping corks because I look at Pennsylvania and we've got too many votes out. Arizona's gone the wrong way. I don't know but I am feeling pretty good about the Senate, Kurt Schlichter. Cocaine Mitch, who you celebrate with me we've converted you to a Mitch McConnell guy. I think he organized this exactly right.
You said something, have been saying something for a long time that I think is one of the more profound things that I've heard in a while, which is Mitch McConnell is the best Senate majority leader maybe in American history. He is unbelievably effective. He is absolutely ruthless. If somehow I was brought back on active duty and made into a general, I would want to channel Mitch McConnell. Cunning, tough, utterly ruthless, utterly effective, and lucky.
Lucky. I love the fact that they're crying crocodile tears in at the Lincoln Project because they directed people to try and spend money against Lindsey Graham, John Cornyn, and Mitch McConnell. That is $350 million wasted dollars, Kurt Schlichter.
Boy, it's like they just took it, put lighter fluid on, and set on fire. I mean, it is so. Well, first of all, there's so much money at play, Hugh, that I'm not sure it has an effect anymore. I mean, I don't watch a lot of regular TV, but when I do, when I had to, I would see, for instance, in California, the Prop 22 ad. And after a while, they just stopped mattering. They became oral wallpaper. I didn't hear them anymore. I didn't notice. And I think that's the thing. That's the fact of how it goes with these political ads. The one thing that they are good for is creating a mood, creating kind of a vibe. Morning in America, the classic Ronald Reagan ad was brilliant. But do you remember any other Ronald Reagan ads?
No.
I just think it's a waste. I just think after a while it becomes a waste of money, and it becomes, I give American people more credit. I think they look at the policies, they look at the future.
I want to get both of your reaction to a proposition I have, which is the vote already. No matter what happens, and Joe Biden could win, the Senate could flip, but the vote already tells us that the COVID story is far more complicated than the national news media makes it out to be. At least half the country thinks Donald Trump has done as well as anyone could have done.
I would say that what I think they're concerned about is the economy. And I think that overrides the COVID thing. I don't think people think that Donald Trump did a really good job of
Ed broke up on us again.
Operation Warp Speed.
Minnesota's internet is breaking down as the hamsters go out. What do you think, Kurt?
I think the COVID thing is really a component of what Ed Morrissey, I think, accurately said was the main issue, which is the economy. I don't think the American people are dumb. I think they understand that the person causing them the inconvenience, like my governor here in California wants to tell me how I can handle Thanksgiving, like I'm going to listen to him. I think it becomes a component of the economy, and the economy is good, and it was good. The most important video, that's the wonder of iPhones and things, is normal people can make little videos, and Donald Trump retweeted one, which was a African-American gentleman who owned his own truck, and he would drive around from warehouses and warehouses, and he came out and said, I never thought I could vote for a Republican, but Donald Trump made it possible for me to support his family, and it was the most moving 2 minutes I've ever seen, and that's what resonates. Donald Trump provides opportunity for people to take care of their families and support them, not to ask them
you broke up on us.
To let them have the dignity of work.
I gotta close by saying to you both that right now in Pennsylvania, with at least 57% counted, Donald Trump's got a 10 percentage point lead.
Yeah, it's huge.
Well, as a son of Pennsylvania, and from both where Selena Zito, our friend, lives, and from Chambersburg, all I can say is 6 bayonets in charge. Wait, that's the 20th May, but you get it.
Kurt Schlichter, good to talk to you. Thank you, Colonel Kurt. We'll be back in the Salem Radio Network headquarters after this.
I'm back.
Welcome back, America. It's Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey. I am in Minnesota. Ed is in Minnesota. I am in Washington, D.C. We're joined by David Drucker of the Washington Examiner, also in D.C. David, your impressions, what matters, what doesn't, what don't we know?
Well, look, we don't know how the upper Midwest looks yet. We don't know how Arizona is going to finish. We don't know enough about Georgia. And we don't know how the late arriving mail-in ballots, which are allowed in North Carolina by as many as 6 days, what they could do to a very tight race there that Trump pulled ahead narrowly in the last hour or so, but it remains really tight. Tighter, in fact, than the Senate race there, where Tillis is in a much better position. So that's what we don't know. What we do know is that Trump can very much win this thing. What we do know is that if Biden does win, it's not going to be in some sort of wave fashion. It's going to be a grind. The other things we don't know are how the Senate is going to shake out. I don't think we're going to see, or at least so far, we are not seeing major upsets. But what we are seeing is that where the female vote and the suburban vote is particularly strong, like in a state like Colorado, even a very good politician like Cory Gardner just couldn't get over the hump against a very weak politician and a very sort of milquetoast personality like John Hickenlooper. So I think if you're a Republican, you have to feel very good about how things are right now, particularly based on some of the data projections that were out there. But it's not over. But I don't say it's not over because that means, therefore, it's definitely going to change. What I'm saying is I think for now what we have is a very close race, and we'll just have to see how it shakes out.
David Drucker, Donald Trump is up by 400,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 400,000 votes. In Ohio, he's up by 380,000 votes. The Republicans have held North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Texas, and appear to be fine in Iowa, and I don't know about Maine. Looks like Mitch McConnell won, too. Looks like they're going to hold the Senate. Donald Trump has a 50-50 chance of winning this. This is, I think, an indictment of the polls.
Well, it may be. I'm going to withhold my judgment until I see how all of the races shake out, and we can take a look at both presidential polling and down ballot polling and see how this thing looked. I think we also have to remember about polls that margins of error are a real statistical thing, and that they are provided for a reason. And so the same way I did 4 years ago, where I didn't jump to conclusions about the polls because it was the polls in part that led me to believe that Trump could win, which is why I thought he could. I have looked at these polls and I have said to myself, in all of the battlegrounds that matter, he is either right in the game with Biden, meaning basically tied, which is how I've looked at Florida and North Carolina, or he's within striking distance. And I think that what a lot of people do is look at top lines on polls and they decide, well, that must just be the way it's going to be. But if we get to the end of this and there was a major polling error, then I think that a lot of explaining is going to have to happen. Because polls are still going to exist, if for no other reason than campaigns want their own polls to try and figure out what it is they should be doing.
David, this is Ed Morrissey from Hot Air, and I agree with you. I mean, polls serve a purpose, and they just need to be done a little bit better. And what I would say is that you've got a modeling, or not you, obviously not you yourself. They have a modeling problem. They haven't modeled the electorate properly in order to figure out who to ask, who to call, how to shape the data so that it is predictive. And I suspect that the reason is twofold. One is I think there might be such a thing as a shy Trump voter, or a shy conservative voter, maybe is a better way of putting it, in a very populist era. And the second is populism itself. I think that part of the issue here is that and I mentioned this to Hugh in the last hour, the Republican Party has pretty much served their populist wave where the Democrats simply haven't, and that has led to an enthusiasm gap that I think has become dramatically clear here in so far that we're seeing in this election.
Well, look, all of that might be true and might be possible and is possible. I'm just reserving judgment because I want to see how the entire campaign shakes out. There are too many races out there, and the presidential race is still in question. And so I don't yet know what the problem or what the error might look like, or if it will actually look that bad when we get to the end of this.
David Drucker, the Washington Examiner, great to speak with you. Don't go anywhere, America. We're going to try and get Selena Zito back for an update on Pennsylvania. With Ed Morrissey in the Salem Radio Network headquarters, coverage continues.
All right, what do we got here? You know, Virginia. I don't know about Virginia. We've got a 7-point lead in Rhode Island. Who saw that coming? Ay, 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 ay. Trump is now up 12 points in Pennsylvania. He's up 6 points in Ohio. Still nothing from Detroit. Shit.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt, joined by Ed Morrissey, and now back with us is Selena Zito, she of Pennsylvania fame. Selena, I'm looking at Pennsylvania numbers, which are kind of staggering to me. At this hour, they show Donald Trump ahead by 550,000 votes.
I haven't looked at the raw numbers lately, but here's what I will tell you. Turnout has been insane in the rural counties. And the thing that told me tonight that Pennsylvania is heading the way that I always thought it would is Trumbull County. And Trumbull County...
My home county!
Yeah. Trumbull County went for Donald Trump by 10 percentage points.
And I want to do the history here. It voted for Al Gore by 59%. To 41. It voted for John Kerry by 60. It voted twice for Barack Obama by 61. It sounds like it's voting for Donald Trump by 60. I'm astonished.
That swing, for people like you and I, we understand how astounding that is. But that swing and those voters are very culturally similar to people in Washington and Beaver and Butler counties in Pennsylvania, but also Erie and Luzerne and Lackawanna. So if Trumbull did that, I think that Donald Trump's going to have a good night in Pennsylvania.
Ed?
Yeah, I'm surprised at the number here, and if we're looking at this number and this holds up, I mean the votes that are left to be counted really aren't going to impact this race. I mean, you can if we keep on this pace right now with the votes that are being counted today, then the stuff that's coming in the next few days really isn't going to have much of an impact on this
it's
race.
Down to 330,000 votes. It just updated, so it's down to 330,000 votes.
Yeah,
but still, I mean, this is a
Philly coming in, and Allegheny County. But, you know, I just think what is interesting to me, you know, when Brad Todd and I wrote the book, The Great Revolt, you know, you find these voters, you talk to them, you listen to them, you put this understanding of what the coalition is, and we back that up with polling. But this just reinforces it. You know, this coalition not only stayed together, but it also grew. And I just think as we watch these states roll out, it's just sort of fascinating to me to see places that, you you and I grew up thinking of as Democrat strongholds have now become conservative.
But people have to, our listeners have to remain skeptical of a Trump win. And I say that because Michigan is not a done deal. Trump needs Pennsylvania plus 2 more votes over what he's got. And that is not that's not a done deal. That's not a given. There's a Biden path here that is very, very obvious to me. And I don't want to get out over our skis, but boy, what a regional. We're looking at the Northeast and the West against the Midwest and the South, although Wisconsin is currently ahead for Joe Biden with more than half the vote in. Ed Morrissey, questions for Selena?
Allegheny County, tell us a little bit about that, because I was just looking at that. Only about 20% of that votes come in. This seems to be probably some of the early voting that was received prior to today, I would imagine. Do you think, so we can expect the remainder of this to be a little bit more Republican then?
Right. So what you're looking at right now is the mail-in ballot has just been uploaded. Now you're going to start seeing today's votes start to roll up. What Donald Trump needs to do is get about 39% of the Allegheny County's vote, which is right about what he got in 2016. So he needs that kind of number for him to win, along with Sean Parnell. So that's what we need to keep our eye on. We need to keep our eye on Philadelphia to see if that vote total stays at around 460 to 500,000 for Biden. Because of the turnout in these rural counties, that if those numbers stay at around that number, then what you see is the rural counties once again outperforming the heavily populated urban counties.
Let me update the Pennsylvania number again. Donald Trump now has a 600,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. 600,000 votes. What did he win by last time? Was it 40,000?
44,000. So here's the thing. So I drove around the state today, and what I saw was that if it was a Democrat precinct, turnout was down. But I assumed that was because people voted in person. But if I went to a Republican precinct or one that is turning Republican, there were, 1 to 2 hour waits. And it was like a fascinating experience to me, because it was sort of like going to a tailgate party, because everyone was happy to vote. It was a really sort of interesting, cultural phenomena. But there are counties in Pennsylvania where they ran out of ballots, because not that many people had ever voted before in those counties, and we're talking about the rural conservative counties.
Well, I'm just looking at this. Did it just flip back to a Biden lead in Pennsylvania?
They did. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. They just flipped Pennsylvania. That's not possible. Something went wrong there.
We've got, it would be an understatement to say we'll have problems in Pennsylvania for days.
Yeah, they did.
I think I'm being generous in saying that.
Yeah, well, that just went from a 600,000 vote lead to a Biden lead. Something was wrong at the decision desk headquarters, I think.
Yep.
Selena, keep posting us up. We may check in with you in the next hour. Don't go anywhere, America. We are in the Salem Radio Network. We're doing our best, but if these numbers keep changing, Arizona is beginning to report as well. And I'm told by friends in Arizona that there are about 400,000 votes left in Maricopa County to count. Nothing over there yet. But Pennsylvania's back off the board. It was red, now it's blue. We don't know. We'll fill you in when we're back. Don't go anywhere, America. Joe Biden still very much in the hunt.
New York Times still has it Trump up by about 235,000 votes, but only with 38% of estimated votes reported. Nope, back to red. Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt in the Salem Radio Network headquarters inside the Beltway. Ed Morrissey riding along with me as co-host is in Minnesota. Ed, while we were away at break, Decision Desk flipped Pennsylvania back to red. I saw that, yeah.
And so they really have their problems there. They've got Donald Trump up by 330,000 votes there. So that's a big, enormous sigh of relief because that would have made it almost, if he loses Pennsylvania, I've always said it's a one-state race for Donald Trump. He's got to win Pennsylvania and something else. We're going to break here. Give us your assessment thus far of the evening.
Well, so far, it's looking pretty good for Donald Trump. I mean, I think he's outperforming expectations here. Looks like, as long as Pennsylvania stays in that column and everything else is panning out about the way that the map looks right now, you could expect to have about 274 electoral college votes, and we're not even talking about Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona, which I don't have labeled. Michigan, we still don't have Detroit, and that's really what I'm looking to see. Once we start getting numbers in from Detroit, we should get a pretty good idea of where we stand in Michigan. And I think the key there is to see whether John James outperforms Donald Trump in Detroit, which I suspect he might do. I'm fairly confident that John James is in good position here. Trump seems to be in good position, but we still have to see. Michigan looks like it's definitely in play though, and that's looking good. But even without it, I get to 274. Now, if that's with Pennsylvania though, on the Trump side.
Now, would you check Susan Collins for me in Maine? Because I'll bet you it's a 51-49 Senate, unless Martha McSally makes a comeback here, and that would mean Susan Collins has got to win.
Well, Susan Collins right now is up 55-38 over Sarah Gideon, and that's on the first preference thing, Hugh. So I mean that's good news for her. There's about 37% of precincts counted, so there's still a long way to go. But again, this was early voting was supposed to be the advantage for Democrats. Same day voting was going to be the advantage for Republicans, and right now, at least at the moment, Susan Collins looks like she's in a pretty good position to stay out of a runoff.
So the Republicans have traded a seat in Alabama up for one in Colorado down, and nothing else is decided yet, although Martha McSally, what does the Iowa look for Joni Ernst at this hour?
Right now, she's trailing by 15 points with about 42% of precincts reporting. Again, this is probably mostly the early vote.
And that is
being
Donald Trump
right now.
Yeah, Donald Trump is also down significantly in Iowa, and I believe that must be Des Moines and Dubuque have come in.
It was Des Moines and Dubuque. Yep. I mean, that's we're getting the urban vote. Yeah.
Because she was winning the Des Moines Register poll handily 2 nights ago. We'll be back after the top of the hour. Ed Morrissey from Minnesota, Hugh Hewitt inside the Beltway. We'll have the updated news from the Decision Desk headquarters and from the networks, which I'll tune in during the break to see who is doing what and saying what about what. Thus far, it is razor's edge both ways. It could be a President-elect Biden. It could be President Trump reelected. We'll keep you posted in the final hour of tonight's Salem Radio Network coverage.
Oh, they called Kansas for Marshall.
It's election night 2020 on the Salem Radio Network. And here again is Hugh Hewitt.
Welcome back, America. We are 5 hours into this, and we do not know who will be the president of the United States. That depends on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We are back where we were 4 years ago, Ed Morrissey. I don't know how to say it any other way. All the blue states came in, California, Oregon, Washington over the break. Nevada is likely to be blue. Arizona looks like it's going to be blue. Iowa, I don't believe is going to stay blue. But it's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I might even give the edge a little bit to Joe Biden at this hour. What do you think?
No, I mean, I think I like the way that the map is shaking out here. I mean, if you hold Ohio and Pennsylvania and all those southern states, and you take either Michigan or Wisconsin, I think you're in good shape for 270.
Well, you win. You win if you get Michigan and Pennsylvania. Right. Yeah.
Michigan or Pennsylvania. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan or Wisconsin is what I meant to say.
Correct. Because Arizona does not look good for Trump right now. With 75% of the votes in, he's down 200,000 votes, and most of those are in Maricopa County. So that doesn't look good for him. He's ahead in Wisconsin by 50,000. He's ahead in Michigan by 150,000. He's ahead in Pennsylvania by 360,000. He needs two of those three.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's about right. And I think that Arizona has been slipping away from Republicans for a while. We thought that Georgia was on the bubble too, but that seems to be doing okay. He's up by 10 points thus far in Georgia. So Arizona, though, I mean that has Senate implications because Martha McSally is actually trailing Donald Trump's performance in Arizona. Trump was within 8, but McSally is behind by about 10 points. So she's slightly lagging Donald Trump's performance in Arizona. And again, like you said, you got about 75% of the vote.
Oh, we lost Ed again there.
Catching up. Yep.
So there is some debate about Virginia, about whether or not it's a done deal there. What do your sources say on that?
I think that what they're looking at is where the vote is not coming in from. It's from Northern Virginia, where they haven't really done all of the like Fairfax County. They've only got 30% of the vote in from Fairfax County. Prince William County, they've got almost fully reporting. Loudoun's almost fully reported. Arlington is about 85% reported. So I think what they're looking for is Fairfax, Arlington, and maybe some of these other coastal Essex maybe is another one. Not Essex is fully in, but that's what they're looking at. I think that's what they're holding off on, and it's tightened. I mean, Mark Warner has been projected to be the winner. He's only behind by about 0.7 of a point, and in the presidential race, it's tightened to about 6 full points. Joe Biden's behind by about 6 full points.
I have trouble believing. I have trouble believing with Fairfax out that Donald Trump can win that. I do want to give some good news to the Republicans. Dr. Marshall has indeed won election to the Senate from the state of Kansas, so that was one of the ones that the Democrats were reaching for. So we thus far have two, if Martha McSally does not come back, 2 losses for the Republicans, Arizona and Colorado in the Mountain West, and 1 pickup in Alabama, so they'd be down 1 to a 2-seat majority. And they still have to defend Maine and Iowa. And what is your Iowa Joni Ernst number at right now?
Let me take a look at the Senate race there. The Joni Ernst number, and bear in mind that we're only about half the vote counted in there. She's trailing Teresa Greenfield by about 8 percentage points, roughly about 70,000 votes, 70,000 and a little bit of change.
That's what exactly Donald Trump is behind Joe Biden right now. He's 70,000 votes. So Donald Trump and Joni Ernst are running the same.
Yeah, but Des Moines is fully in. You've got the Cedar Rapids area is pretty much fully reported. I don't see anything on Council Bluffs yet, but there's a lot of the state there that's left to report. And I think if you get Des Moines fully in, you're looking at upside from this point forward.
Now, we may be in one of those situations where one electoral vote matters, and that means Maine and Nebraska with their funny systems. What do you count in those 2 places?
Well, it looks right now at least like Nebraska's clear on both counts, right? I think that Trump is winning there. I'm looking at Ben Sass, who's just stomping in the Senate race there. I don't see any indication that there's going to be a split in the electors there. When it comes to Maine, though, Maine has kind of gone the other direction now. You've got Joe Biden out in the lead there by about 4 percentage points and 4+ percentage points. However, Collins is still in the lead now with 53% to Sarah Gideon's 40%, but that's still a 13-point lead and a majority, and she needs to score a majority to avoid a runoff. So Collins is outperforming Trump, and I don't think that's a big surprise in Maine.
Okay. Now, in Michigan, where we've got Detroit still out, correct?
Detroit is still out. Bay County has come in. That's sort of the suburbs of Detroit. What we're looking for is Aranac, I believe, is where Detroit is at. Nothing there so far, but there are some urban counties that have gone for Biden here, but for the most part, this is a red state, and so we'll see what happens in Detroit. Donald Trump did make a big press, though, for manufacturing jobs. He made a big press for black votes in Michigan and elsewhere. And John James is on the ticket, so maybe that helps him out as well. But we are not going to know this until Detroit starts coming in.
No, and I do feel very confident that Georgia and North Carolina, the Senate seats, appear to have remained Republican. So the Democrats are going to be very upset with the Democratic side. Poor Chuck Schumer's measured the drapes 3 times. I mean, he measured the drapes after Harry Reid retired. He measured the drapes 4 years ago, and he measured the drapes again tonight. And he's going to be very, very disappointed. He's going to be very sad if he doesn't get through with this. So Ed Morrissey, as we round into the last hour here, Texas does not look to me to be a realistic threat for the Republicans. They are up 400,000 votes with more than 80% of the vote in.
Yeah, it's a 5-point lead, I believe, or 4.5 point lead there right now, and that's in the presidential race. It's wider, I believe, in the Senate race. I think John Cornyn won that one by a wider margin in the Senate. By about 9 points. So the dream of flipping Texas blue seems to be dead. The dream of flipping Georgia blue seems to be dead. And right now, with the exception of Iowa and the exception of Arizona, you're kind of looking at the same map that we saw in 2016. And Iowa and Arizona are about 17 electoral votes.
Yeah, and Iowa could go back the other way.
It could go back the other way.
At this snapshot in time. Now, Ed, do you understand in these states where the early vote and the mail-in votes have been counted? Have they been counted in Pennsylvania?
The mail-in votes that got there before Election Day are being counted. It's the mail-in votes that are arriving after Election Day, I think until November 6th. As long as they're postmarked by Election Day, they have to keep them and count them in Pennsylvania.
But have they?
Go ahead.
Have they thus far counted some of the mail-in votes?
My understanding is yes, they're counting the mail-in votes that they have, and so they're going to count the other ones as they come in.
There cannot be that many if it's a 400,000 vote lead. There cannot
I don't think
be
so
that
either.
many. So it would.
I don't think so.
If it's under 100,000, you begin to worry about that. If it's under 50,000, you worry about it a lot. Actually, if it's under 25,000, you worry about it. But the old title of the book: if it's not close, they can't cheat. We could avoid. John Roberts will have been providential in restraining the Supreme Court if, in fact, it holds up this way. But I don't know that we have any idea. Would you check the North Carolina Senate seat for me just in cases, Ed Morrissey? Because I don't have that.
Sure. Yeah, that is, Tillis is up by about 1.7 points in that race. He's up by, looks like close to 100,000, 95,000 votes. And that's with almost all the votes now in. So he is, he's almost 2 full points up on Cal Cunningham. It looks like that one's going to probably be a fairly solid hold. But bear in mind, North Carolina is another state where they've got votes that are still coming in. And that is, I think, going to be tricky. What does it look like in the presidential race right now? It's, I'll tell you in just a second. It's about the same, about 2 percentage points. And it's about maybe 74,000 votes that are separating Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I don't think you're going to overcome a 74,000 vote gap or a 90-something thousand vote gap with whatever's coming in after Election Day. By the way, those are still being litigated too.
Yeah, and there may not be. It's like Ohio in 2004. The Democrats threw in the towel afterwards. I'll be back with Ed Morrissey right after this. We'll bring you the latest with Dennis Prager's commentary in a moment. Welcome back, America. The Razor's Edge is out, and the presidential election is on. And Ed Morrissey joins me, Hugh Hewitt, in the Salem Radio Network headquarters, joined by Dennis Prager from the West Coast. Dennis, this is razor thin. What do you think?
Well, one of the first things that people need to, I think two things right now, quickly, to the extent, as you know, that's an issue for me. But number one, if people do not decide that pollsters are worthless, then there are no longer consequences to incompetence. It's two presidential elections in a row, and they're entirely wrong. And it is probably, aside from university professors, it may be the only arena of life where it is irrelevant if you're incompetent. So I think that's very, very important to note. The second is that it is astonishing that it's razor thin, given 4 years of relentless lying about the president by all of the mainstream media of this country, all of the academics virtually of this country. The 4 years of this, plus COVID, and the idiocy of blaming the president. First they call him a dictator. Then when he's not a dictator, he's responsible for 200,000 deaths. I don't know why the Republicans never said, is the Prime Minister of Belgium responsible for even more deaths proportionately in Belgium? The only leader in the world that is responsible for the deaths in his country is the American leader. Because they lie. They know he's not responsible for this. So I am stunned that it's this close.
Well, as of right now, Arizona's been called for Joe Biden. So that's the first state to flip. There's been one flip thus far tonight. One. So it's a very static map thus far. Donald Trump still has a path to victory. So does Joe Biden. Maybe a marginally better chance for Donald Trump, but it is by no means. We are, the cliche, Dennis Prager, a deeply divided country.
Well, I have said for about 20 years this is a civil war. The only difference now, and this is entirely due to Donald Trump, is I always said the following: we're in a civil war and only one side is fighting. Thanks to Donald Trump, both sides are fighting.
Ed Morrissey.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I think, Dennis, you're right about that, and I think what this shows too is that there is a shy Trump voter. There are people who are very active supporters of Donald Trump, and Republicans in general that are being marginalized. And this is maybe the only place where they can speak out in safety, is at the ballot box.
Well, that's what they certainly feel. I think that there's a whole other issue of the fear that conservatives have to express themselves at their place of work, at their university, at their church, at their synagogue. And I don't blame them for being afraid. You can say anything as a leftist. You could say, I burn American flags as a hobby, and nothing happens to you. But if you actually put the American flag out in front of your house, you're considered a hater. That's what it's come to, and people know that. So, yeah.
Do you believe that the news media is going to change at all, Dennis? They're clearly out of step with half of the country. Clearly.
So they don't care. That means that is of no importance to the people at the New York Times or the LA Times. It is zero importance. The New York Times has about 80 people writing regularly columns. I think they have 20 full-time columnists, and they have another 40 or so associate columnists or whatever. There isn't a single one who represents half of this country. And that's the opinion page. The news page is zero, obviously. They published one piece by a Republican senator, Tom Cotton, as I know you know, Hugh, and they fired the editor of the opinion pages for publishing it.
They are far gone. I'm thinking about TV news, particularly cable channels. They have so soldered themselves onto the left side of this electorate, which is 50-50, that they've just given up on on ever. I want to update people. Donald Trump has about a 250,000 vote lead in Michigan. Ed, is Detroit come in yet? Do we know? And about 100,000 vote lead, 130,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Ohio has been called for Trump. Wisconsin, it's about a 80,000 vote lead for President Trump. Ed, do we know about
I find Arizona fascinating. That's definite. That's upsetting. I have to say.
Yes, that has been called.
Californians moving there. Of course it is. That's. I have a lot of contempt for people who are on the left. Not all liberals. Liberals are just weaklings, but the left is demonic. But the thing that I have a special loathing, or not loathing, contempt. That's a more important word. For people from New York, flee New York, then vote left so as to replicate what they fled in Florida. People in California flee California. The greatest state in the country was ruined by the left, utterly ruined. And it takes efforts to ruin California. They succeeded. Then they go to Arizona. Oh, good. Now we can ruin Arizona.
And that has also happened in Colorado. Colorado is now a deep blue state.
Yeah, but that's not new. Arizona's new.
Yeah.
Yep.
Edward,
we don't have Detroit in yet in Michigan. Iowa, it's evening back up, by the way. So Trump is catching up in Iowa. Minnesota's looking like Minnesota. Yeah, I don't know what to say about my state except that it's kind of looking the way it usually looks. It's tightened up a little bit there, but I suspect when St. Paul, Ramsey County comes in, it's going to get put out of reach. But Wisconsin's still looking fairly decent. Michigan and Iowa's coming back around, so it's almost an even tie in Iowa at the moment. And they're still about
in Montana. How is Steve Daines doing against Governor Bullock in Montana?
Let's see. That would be in the Senate race. Let me take a look at that. It looks like it's a very tight race. Only about a third of the vote is in, and this is, again, the early vote that's getting counted up front. It's less than a percentage point difference, about 1,900 votes between the two of them. Bullock is just a little bit out in front, but I suspect that that's going to change as the evening wears on as well.
Dennis, last minute to you. Are you optimistic or pessimistic at this hour?
I'm neither, and I never avoid questions. I'm giving you the honest answer. I'm neither optimistic nor pessimistic. I don't know why I would be either, because when things are close, I am a realist, and I have a theory that I'll happily come on your show and discuss on calmer times, should we ever have calmer times. I believe that both pessimism and optimism are useless. And I have a very strong argument on behalf of that view.
Well, that's not going to help us tonight, Prager. Honest to goodness. Go back to your Cheetos, but we will talk to you tomorrow at some point, I'm sure. Dennis Prager, you're going to have a long day tomorrow explaining whatever happens here, but we leave you. Iowa's just flipped over red on Decision Desk, so that's back in God's country. Boy, it's the same map as 4 years ago, except Arizona's blue. Thus far, it's the same map. Stay tuned, America.
The Hugh Hewitt Show returns from break in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, America. Hugh Hewitt with Ed Morrissey, joined now by Greg Clugston, the SRN Salem Radio Network White House correspondent. Greg, what is the mood at the White House at this hour?
Well, it's a close race, and everybody at the White House knows it. There is a reception going on. There are cabinet secretaries and campaign officials, as well as White House staff people on the main floor of the White House. Hors d'oeuvres are being served and all that, and people are watching the returns. There's no indication that the president is with them. He's in the residence at the White House with his close campaign and White House advisors, his tight inner circle as they wait this. And obviously, it's interesting because they knew this was going to be close, and one of the advisors to the president's campaign, Jason Miller, he's upset with Fox News for having called Arizona so soon. They think that's premature.
Oh, interesting. Now, you were with the president when he barnstormed Michigan, correct?
Yes.
Where did he go? Did he go to Detroit at all?
No, well, he was north of Detroit on Sunday morning in Washington Township. It's about 40 miles north of Detroit. So he was not, in the immediate suburbs, but in the outer lying suburbs. And then last night he made 2 evening stops, but they were more on the west side and northwest side of the state, Traverse City, and then his last one last night was Grand Rapids.
He has a 260,000 vote lead in Michigan at this hour, and in Pennsylvania his lead is about 180,000 votes. Ed, have I got those numbers correct?
I believe that's correct, Hugh. And it looks like it is. We still don't have Detroit yet in Michigan. Just to emphasize that.
Yeah, that is I don't know how many votes are there, but there've got to be a lot of votes there, Greg Clugston.
Yeah, Detroit, that whole area, and of course there was a key county just outside of Detroit that was a real pivotal one in 2016 that went for Trump instead of Hillary Clinton. 4 years ago, obviously. And Michigan was heavily targeted by President Trump because of the surprise win last time. He told the crowd in Grand Rapids for his 10th rally out of 10 in the last 2 days last night, just before midnight, he said, "We're looking for the same result," but he joked that would like a little larger margin this time, please.
Yeah. By the way, Virginia remains a Donald Trump lead, but it's down to 80,000 votes now. So I don't believe the early call of Virginia is being disputed by the White House. Is it, Greg?
No, I haven't seen anything from the White House team on that one. And those numbers were very interesting to have the early call, but then having so many more votes for Trump there. But when you look at Fairfax County, for example, just outside of Washington, D.C., the number of votes in Fairfax have not been tabulated very, very far yet, and that's going to obviously lean heavily Democratic.
Marco Rubio, then I'll throw it to you, Ed. Marco Rubio is complaining bitterly on Twitter that they won't call Florida, even though it's decisively a President Trump win. It's going to be a 3.5% win. But they have called Arizona. And he points out they wouldn't call Florida in time to impact California voting either, or Arizona voting. He's very upset about that.
Right. Was that for Ed or for me?
That was for you, Greg, and then Ed gets to cross-examine you.
Yeah, that's true. It's very interesting. Everybody is gun-shy about Florida, I think, because of what happened, in the 2000 election, and then it's just been close ever since. But why with, 94, 95% of the vote in and the 3.5 or 4%, lead that Trump has versus what we're seeing in Virginia and then Arizona? It's always curious. There are always one or two states every election cycle, it seems, that stand out as to being called either too soon or waiting too long.
Ed Morrissey?
Yeah, Greg, Georgia still got some precincts left to report because they had some issues out there in and around Atlanta and a couple other places. But they have to be pretty happy with where they're at in Georgia at the moment. Fairly significant lead there, somewhere around 8 points, 9 points. Not something that's going to be overcome by a few precincts reporting late. What was your sense on how they felt about Georgia and what it meant for the rest of the race?
Yeah, they were very interested in Georgia. I don't think there was as much concern there, although it was interesting. We were just in Rome, Georgia, which is in the northwest part of the state. That was for a Sunday. It was either late afternoon or early evening rally on this last 2-day blitz, and so they were making a play there in a couple of those counties in that corner of the state to essentially energize the vote, because that was more of a rural area, a Trump leaning area, and they obviously had internal numbers that said, hey, we need to really focus here and make sure we get out the vote machine for Tuesday.
So as we leave you, Greg Clugston, thank you. I hope you get out of there safely. I don't think there's a crowd outside the White House that's hostile, is there?
They're a little bit over at the Black Lives Matter Plaza, so we'll see if they stay quiet.
All right. Thank you, Greg. And you're doing yeoman's work. We appreciate it. We'll be back after the break with Rick Gates, Deputy Campaign Manager to Trump in 2016. We'll see what his latest update is. Don't go anywhere.
Hello.
So, what do you think?
Man, it is. It's going to be close. Arizona is a surprise.
You think it's gone? You think it's actually gone? What I can't tell is if they've actually counted the votes today, or if it's all early voting still.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, Arizona has some of those running votes, so you don't know. But I mean, honestly, the big story of the night is going to be what is up with Fox. I mean, they are like way out of their lane. CNN hasn't even called, Arizona yet.
Yeah, and it took them 3 hours to call Florida.
Right. And so, I mean, look, we'll see. I mean, look, there's still, Trump can still win without Pennsylvania, but winning Michigan and Wisconsin, and obviously winning North Carolina. Carolina's tightening. This is another state they haven't counted their absentees yet.
Okay, we'll get you up in just a second. Stand by.
All right.
Oh, we have been getting Detroit. Okay. I was hovering over Monroe. Okay. The Detroit numbers are actually not bad.
No, I totally agree. I mean, there's still a lot of counties in that area, Lansing and stuff, that they haven't really counted yet. I think it's only like 40% in. I did a scenario earlier today. I wasn't looking at the numbers at all. I was just playing around, and I ended up 269 to 269.
Don't do that.
Believe me, when I saw it, I almost threw the computer across the room. I couldn't believe I did it. I can't believe Fox is like doing what they're doing.
I don't go by their calls anyway. I don't.
I don't know if you saw.
I rarely even watch the network. I mean, it's.
Did you see the interview earlier today? They was Fox and Friends. They asked him.
Welcome back, America. Ed Morrissey joins me, Hugh Hewitt, in the Salem Radio Network, and we are joined by Rick Gates again, Deputy Campaign Manager for Donald Trump in 2016. This map looks an awful lot like the map you had many years ago, Rick Gates. What are you thinking at this hour?
Yeah, look, I still think it's overall a great night for Donald Trump. Arizona is obviously causing some consternation. We have Fox called it very early. CNN has still not called it, but it looks like Mark Kelly, the Senate candidate, was able to take some of that vote away from Donald Trump, and that was the big question of whether or not you would have a split ticket where Republicans might vote for Mark Kelly but still vote for Donald Trump. That's going to be interesting to dig into those numbers. The other part about Arizona, Hugh, is the Hispanics. They apparently have not turned out in the numbers that they did in some of the other states. So as we watch that, I think that will be a factor as well into why Arizona went to Biden.
How do you feel about the big three? Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Ohio is solidly red now. Iowa, the lead is extending. Montana, the lead is extending for Trump. But it's shrinking in Pennsylvania, holding steady in Michigan, but we don't have Detroit yet.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you look, Ohio is definitely going Trump. Feel very confident and comfortable about that. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and North Carolina, you got all these votes that have not even been counted, some of these absentee votes. So I think that's going to be the big answer. I think the bottom line is we're not going to have an answer tonight on who's actually won. Now, there are paths where Trump can lose Pennsylvania, still win Michigan, Wisconsin, and get the presidency again. But Michigan, he's doing really well. But again, we're looking at these votes coming in. I mean, I know in the Detroit area, Hillary had, I think, an excess of 500,000 votes, and they've only got about 200,000 for Biden. So there's still a lot more to count. But I mean, everybody's going to be on pins and needles for a little bit. I think we're going to end up probably with both candidates somewhere, pretty close, but then it's going to drag on for hours before, any certainty, becomes clear.
Ed Morrissey.
Yeah, Rick, we are getting some from Wayne County. Got about a third of the ballots reporting Wayne County is Detroit. And right now, both Donald Trump and John James are scoring about 43% of the vote in Wayne. Right? I mean, that's
That's fantastic. I mean, if those numbers hold, then absolutely Donald Trump's going to win Michigan. And then you got to wonder if that's going to have a domino effect on Wisconsin. We were just talking a little bit about whether COVID is going to have an impact. Obviously, Wisconsin's been hard hit, as was Arizona. I think if you look at the data, what we just saw, there's a lot more concern in Arizona about the virus than there were in a lot of the other states, and I think that's going to have something to do with some of those numbers going to Biden.
Now, Rick Gates, in terms of the Pennsylvania, because it all, in my mind, comes down to Pennsylvania, how many thousands of votes do they expect to have to process in the wee hours of the morning and tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. Well, as you know, 7 counties have already said they're not even counting starting to count the votes until tomorrow. I just looked, there's about 2 million votes that came in via mail-in absentee. So, that's going to be a big number. And we're going to have to see how big that vote differential is between Trump and Biden tonight on the vote today, the in-person vote today. And then, we're going to have to hope, especially for Pennsylvania, for Donald Trump, that he has a wide enough gap that it'll close against those mail-in numbers.
So I want to caution Trump fans, this is so far not a Trump win. This is not a Biden win. It's a no decision at this hour. Is that right, Rick?
That's exactly right. And unfortunately, you're not going to have a decision tonight simply because of what we talked about, the courts mucking up the process in a lot of these key states. I mean, it's clear now that neither candidate can get through to 270 without some combination of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. And so with those 4 states caught up kind of in that, court system with the extended days to count the ballots, it's just not going to happen.
Now, in the Senate, it appears to me as though Susan Collins has a comfortable enough lead that we think she's coming back. Martha McSally is lost. Alabama is flipped. Colorado is flipped. Nothing else has changed. Do you think that means Mitch McConnell's a 51-49 leader? We do have a runoff in Georgia, though. I have to point that out. We have a runoff in Georgia, and that is a Republican seat, so it could go to 50-50.
Yeah, no, I don't think it goes to 50-50. I think worst case is 51, best case, it's 52. And we still got a little bit to watch on that. I think, Joni Ernst is fine. We'll have to watch Montana as well. I think that'll be interesting. But overall, I think that, McConnell's got to be pretty happy. Lindsey Graham was a huge win. I mean, obviously, I think Lindsey is very happy about his win tonight. And that'll certainly help because I know that was one the Democrats thought they might have a shot at. But the good news is, at least for Republicans, the Senate will stay in Republican control.
Ed Morrissey, your witness.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wisconsin here, and this is actually looking pretty good. You've got almost all the vote in now from Dane County. You've got about half of it from Milwaukee County, 2 big strongholds for Democrats in Wisconsin, and you still have Donald Trump with I think it's a 4-point lead at the moment. 5-point lead. We're close to a 5-point lead. Are there any other places in Wisconsin that Democrats can get votes at the moment?
The only place is through the mail-in and the absentee, and Wisconsin's one of those states that has a few extra days to count, and so that's the concern. Ed is, and I think the Democrats set the stage for this a couple of weeks ago, where they said, "Look, on election night, it's going to look like Donald Trump won because of the early vote, but when you count the mail-ins and the absentees, that's going to shift it back the other way." I don't see that there's enough votes to be able to do that. So I think the Democrats are wrong, but it's certainly going to tighten it up. And I think Wisconsin is going to be one of those states that we have to watch carefully as those votes start rolling in and they start tabulating the counts, starting tomorrow on the absentees.
Now, last
99,000 votes.
Yeah. What is it, Ed?
99,000 vote lead right now for Donald Trump. So
okay, that puts Wisconsin away. Does he win with just Wisconsin?
Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Michigan or Pennsylvania. Okay.
Correct.
Rick, is it gone the way you expected it tonight?
Yeah, look, I think we all thought it was going to be close. So, a lot of Democrats thought it was going to be a blowout. Clearly, that's not the case. Depending on how some of these states fall, Donald Trump could still come close to, 300 electoral votes if he's able to get, kind of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So I think the votes are going to be, it's going to be interesting to see tomorrow. It's going to be close. And, I think you called it right.
Thank you for your help tonight. Follow him on Twitter, Rick W. Gates, author of Wicked Game. I'll be back for a final word with Ed Morrissey before we throw it to the West Coast of the Salem Radio Network election night coverage. Welcome back, America. Our final 3 minutes. Ed Morrissey, thank you for working with me all night long. It's been a fascinating night. It looks like this is going to be an all-nighter and into tomorrow, and I actually think we're going to end up at the Supreme Court a few times. What do you think?
I think you're probably right. There's going to be some ballot disputes. One thing that I think we should remember is Republicans got caught with their pants down in a recount situation in Minnesota 12 years ago. Hopefully they've learned the lessons from that, that you get the lawyers involved right away and you treat it like a court battle and not like a weenie roast in the backyard fire pit. This is going to be a knockdown drag out when it comes to checking the ballots.
I do believe that there is a margin of error that you don't pursue court cases with, but I don't think we're going to be there. And I don't believe we're going to be there for anything. All the states are going to be off the board. Texas just called for Trump. All the states are going to be off the board except Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Ed. And maybe North Carolina.
North Carolina too. Yeah, North Carolina, because they're still counting things there. Look, I'm looking at the numbers in Wisconsin, and Democrats still can get some decent numbers out of Milwaukee County. It's only about half counted right now, and that's a stronghold for them. But the rest of the state, I mean, Dane County is almost fully reported now. That's their other big area up there. The rest of the state is Republican votes, and there's still a lot of them out there. And so this is a state that's only about 3/4 counted, and I think that the Wisconsin numbers are going to add up to a point where the whole court fight might not even. It might be a moot point. Brown County, which I think is really the bellwether there, it's only about 55% called in, and Donald Trump is leading 58-40 in Brown County.
Wow.
That's
what
a
about
key
the Michigan
county.
number at this hour? How big is the Michigan lead?
The Michigan lead is still significant. You're talking about 263,000 votes. And there's maybe not a whole lot of places where Democrats can make that up.
Yeah, just Detroit, but if it's half counted, Hillary had a 500,000 vote margin. Is it half counted, did you say?
Wayne County is about 40% counted now, and Biden's got about a 39,000 vote lead. 39,000 vote lead.
That is not, you know what? Donald Trump has two paths, and Joe Biden has one, correct?
Yeah, I think that Joe Biden's going to end up having to win Pennsylvania plus Michigan or Wisconsin, and I think I'm looking at the map right now. I've kind of laid it out on 270 to win. Whereas I think Trump can get there just simply by holding Michigan and Wisconsin, and even without Pennsylvania.
We will see tomorrow, Ed Morrissey. Thank you. We're going to throw it to our West Coast friends, Jennifer Horn, Brian. Take it away, and thank you all for listening. Thank you, Dwayne, Adam, and everybody else.
The past 6 hours of SRN's Election Night 2020 coverage has been produced by Dwayne Patterson. Technical director was Adam Ramsey. We'll pause for a news update at the top of the hour. And when we return, we'll be live from our West Coast Election Night headquarters as Election Night 2020 continues on the